Part 2. Cherek. Chapter 12. In the grey first light of early morning they rode through the quiet streets of Sendar to the harbour and their waiting ship. The finery of the evening before had been put aside, and they all had resumed their customary clothes. Even King Thorak and the Earl of Selene had donned plain garb, and now resembled nothing quite so much as two moderately prosperous Sendars on a business trip. Queen Layla, who was not to go with them, rode beside her husband, talking earnestly to him with an expression on her face that seemed almost to hover on the verge of tears. The party was accompanied by soldiers, cloaked against the raw, chill wind off of the sea. At the foot of the street which led down from the palace to the harbour, the stone wharves of Sendar jutted out into the choppy water, and there, rocking and straining against the hawsers which held her, was their ship. She was a lean vessel, narrow of beam and high-prowed, with a kind of wolfish appearance that did little to quiet Gerion's nervousness about his first sea voyage. Lounging about on her deck were a number of savage-looking sailors, bearded and garbed in shaggy garments made of fur. With the exception of Berak, these were the first Chereks Gerion had ever seen, and his first impression was that they would probably prove to be totally unreliable. "Berak!" a burly man halfway up the mast shouted, and dropped hand over hand down a steeply slanting rope to the deck, and then jumped across to the wharf. "Greldik!" Berak roared in response, swung down from his horse, and clasped the evil-looking sailor in a bear hug.
"It would seem that Lord Berak is acquainted with our captain," the Earl of Selene observed.
"That's disquieting," Silk said wryly. "I was hoping for a sober, sensible captain of middle years and a conservative disposition. I am not fond of ships and sea travel to begin with."
"I am told that Captain Greldik is one of the finest seamen in all of Cherek," the Earl assured him.
"My lord," Silk said with a pained look, "Cherek definitions can be deceptive." Sourly he watched Berak and Greldik toasting their reunion with tankards of ale that had been passed down to them from the ship by a grinning sailor. Queen Layla had dismounted, and she embraced Aunt Paul.
"Oh, please watch out for my poor husband, Paul,"
she said, with a little laugh that quivered a bit.
"Don't let those Alhorn bullies goad him into doing anything foolish."
"Of course, Layla," Aunt Paul said comfortingly.
"Now, Layla," King Thorak said in an embarrassed voice, "I'll be all right. I'm a grown man after all."
The plump little queen wiped her eyes.
"I want you to promise to wear warm clothes," she said, "and not to sit up all night drinking with Anheg."
"We're on serious business, Layla. There won't be time for any of that."
"I know Anheg too well," she sniffed.
She turned to Mr. Wolf, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed his bearded cheek.
"Dear Belgariad, when this is over, promise that you and Paul will come back for a long visit."
"I promise, Layla," Mr. Wolf said gravely. "The tide is turning, Lord King," Greldik said, "and my ship is growing restless."
"Oh, dear," the queen said.
She put her arms around the king's neck and buried her face in his shoulder.
Now,
Thorak said awkwardly.
"If you don't go now, I'm going to cry right here in public,"
she said, pushing him away. The stones of the wharf were slippery, and the slim Cherek ship bobbed and rolled in the chop. The narrow plank they had to cross heaved and swayed dangerously, but they all managed to board without accident. The sailors slipped the hawsers and took their places at the oars. The lean vessel leaped away from the wharf and moved swiftly into the harbour, past the stout and bulky merchantmen anchored near by. Queen Layla stood forlornly on the wharf, surrounded by tall soldiers. She waved a few times and then stood watching, her chin lifted bravely. Captain Greldik took his place at the tiller with Berak by his side, and signaled to a squat, muscular warrior crouched nearby. The squat man nodded, and pulled a ragged square of sailcloth off a hide-topped drum. He began a slow beat, and the oarsman immediately took up the rhythm. The ship surged ahead and made toward the open sea. Once they were beyond the protection of the harbor, the swells grew so ponderous that the ship no longer rocked, but ran instead down the back of each wave, and up the face of the next. The long oars, dipping to the rhythm of the sullen drum, left little swirls on the surface of the waves. The sea was lead-gray beneath the wintry sky, and the low, snow-covered coastline of Sundaria slid by on their right, bleak and desolate-looking. Geryon spent most of the day shivering in a sheltered spot near the high prow, moodily staring out at the sea. The shards and shambles into which his life had fallen the night before lay in ruins around him. The idea that Wolf was Belgariad, and Aunt Paul was Bulgara, was of course an absurdity. He was convinced, however, that a part of the whole thing at least was true. She might not be Bulgara, but she was almost certainly not his aunt. He avoided looking at her as much as possible, and he did not speak to anyone. They slept that night in cramped quarters beneath the stern deck of the ship. Mr. Wolfe sat talking for a long time with King Fulrak and the Earl of Selene. Geryon covertly watched the old man, whose silvery hair and short-cropped beard seemed almost to glow in the light from a swinging oil lamp hanging from one of the low beams. He still looked the same as always, and Geryon finally turned over and went to sleep. The next day they rounded the hook of Sundaria and beat northeasterly with a good following wind. The sails were raised, and the oarsmen were able to rest. Geryon continued to wrestle with his problem. On the third day out, the weather turned stormy and bitterly cold. The rigging crackled with ice, and sleet hissed into the sea around them.
"If this doesn't break, it'll be a rough passage through the bore," Beric said, frowning into the sleet.
"The what?" Dernick asked apprehensively. Dernick was not at all comfortable on the ship. He was just recovering from a bout of seasickness, and he was obviously a bit edgy.
"The Cherek bore," Beric explained. "It's a passage about a league wide between the northern tip of Sundaria and the southern end of the Cherek Peninsula. Riptides, whirlpools, that sort of thing. Don't be alarmed, Dernick. This is a good ship, and Greldick knows the secret of navigating the bore. It may be a bit rough, but we'll be perfectly safe. Unless we are unlucky, of course."
"Oh, that's a cheery thing to say," Silk observed dryly from nearby. "We've been trying for 3 days not to think about the bore."
"Was it really that bad?"
Dernick asked in a sinking voice. "I make a special point of not going through it sober," Silk told him.
Beric laughed. "You ought to be thankful for the bore, Silk. It keeps the Empire out of the Gulf of Cherek. All Drasnia would be a Tonedran province if it wasn't there."
"Oh, I admire it politically, but personally I would be much happier if I never had to look at it again." On the following day they anchored near the rocky coast of northern Sundaria and waited for the tide to turn. In time it slackened and reversed, and the waters of the Sea of the Winds mounted and plunged through the bore, raising the level of the Gulf of Cherek.
"Find something solid to hold on to, Geryon,"
Beric advised, as Greldick ordered the anchor raised.
"With this following wind, this passage, it could be interesting."
He strode along the narrow deck, his teeth gleaming in a broad grin. It was foolish, Geryon knew that, even as he stood up and began to follow the red-bearded man toward the prow. But 4 days of solitary brooding over a problem that refused to yield any kind of logic made him feel almost belligerently reckless. He set his teeth together and took hold of a rusted iron ring embedded in the prow. Beric laughed and clapped him a stunning blow on the shoulder.
Good boy. We'll stand together and look the boar right down the throat.
Geryon decided not to answer that. With wind and tide behind her, Greldic's ship literally flew through the passage, yawing and shuddering as she was seized by the violent riptides. Icy spray stung their faces, and Geryon, half blinded by it, did not see the enormous whirlpool in the center of the bore, until they were almost upon it. He seemed to hear a vast roar, and cleared his eyes just in time to see it yawning in front of him. "What's that?" he yelled over the noise.
The great maelstrom,
Beric shouted.
Hold on!
The maelstrom was fully as large as the village of Upper Grout, and descended horribly down into a seething, mist-filled pit unimaginably far below. Incredibly, instead of guiding his vessel away from the vortex, Greldic steered directly at it. "What's he doing?" Geryon screamed.
It's the secret of passing through the bore,
Beric roared.
We circle the maelstrom twice to gain more speed. If the ship doesn't break up, she comes out like a rock from a sling, and we pass through the riptides, beyond the maelstrom, before they can slow us down and drag us back.
If the ship doesn't what?
Sometimes a ship is torn apart in the maelstrom,
Beric said.
Don't worry, boy. It doesn't happen very often, and Greldic's ship seems stout enough.
The ship's prow dipped hideously into the outer edges of the maelstrom, and then raced twice around the huge whirlpool, with the oarsmen frantically bending their backs to the frenzied beat of the drum. The wind tore at Geryon's face, and he clung to his iron ring, keeping his eyes averted from the seething maw gaping below. And then they broke free and shot like a whistling stone through the churning water beyond the maelstrom. The wind of their passage howled in the rigging, and Geryon felt half suffocated by its force. Gradually, the ship slowed in the swirling eddies, but the speed they had gained from the maelstrom carried them on to calm water in a partially sheltered cove on the Sindarian side. Beric was laughing gleefully and mopping spray from his beard.
Well, lad, what do you think of the boar?
Geryon did not trust himself to answer, and concentrated on trying to pry his numb fingers from the iron ring. A familiar voice rang out from the stern. "Geryon?" "Now you've gone and got me in trouble," Geryon said resentfully, ignoring the fact that standing in the prow had been his own idea. Aunt Paul spoke scathingly to Beric about his irresponsibility, and then turned her attention to Geryon. "Well, I'm waiting. Would you like to explain?" "It wasn't Beric's fault. It was my own idea." There was no point in their both being in trouble, after all. "I see. And what was behind that?" The confusion and doubt which had been troubling him made him reckless. "I felt like it," he said, half defiantly. For the first time in his life he felt on the verge of open rebellion. "You what?" "I felt like it. What difference does it make why I did it? You're going to punish me anyway." Aunt Paul stiffened, and her eyes blazed. Mr. Wolf, who was sitting nearby, chuckled. "What's so funny?"
Why don't you let me handle this, Paul? The old man suggested.
"I can deal with it."
But not well, Paul. Not well at all. Your temper's too quick. Your tongue's too sharp. He's not a child any more. He's not a man yet. But he's not a child either. The problem needs to be dealt with in a special way. I'll take care of it. He stood up. I think I insist, Paul.
You what?
I insist. His eyes hardened.
Very well,
she said in an icy voice, turning and walking away.
Sit down, Geryon, the old man said.
Why is she so mean?
Geryon blurted. She isn't, Mr. Wolf said. She's angry because you frightened her. Nobody likes to be frightened.
I'm sorry,
Geryon mumbled, ashamed of himself. Don't apologize to me. I wasn't frightened. He looked for a moment at Geryon, his eyes penetrating. What's the problem?
They call you Belgariad,
Geryon said, as if that explained it all.
And they call her Polgara.
So?
It's just not possible.
Didn't we have this conversation before? A long time ago?
Are you Belgariad?
Geryon demanded bluntly. Some people call me that. What difference does it make?
I'm sorry. I just don't believe it.
All right, Wolf shrugged. You don't have to, if you don't want to. What's that got to do with your being impolite to your aunt?
Well, it's just,
Geryon faltered.
Well,
desperately he wanted to ask Mr. Wolf that ultimate fatal question, but despite his certainty that there was no kinship between himself and Aunt Paul, he could not bear the thought of having it finally and irrevocably confirmed. You are confused, Wolf said. Is that it? Nothing seems to be like it ought to be. And you're angry with your aunt because it seems like it has to be her fault.
Well, you make it sound awfully childish,
Geryon said, flushing slightly. Well, isn't it? Geryon flushed even more. It's your own problem, Geryon. Do you really think it's proper to make others unhappy because of it?
No,
Geryon admitted, in a scarcely audible voice. Your aunt and I are who we are, the wolf said quietly. People have made up a lot of nonsense about us, but that doesn't really matter. There are things that have to be done, and we are the ones who have to do them. That's what matters. Don't make things more difficult for your aunt just because the world is not exactly to your liking. That's not only childish, it's ill-mannered, and you are a better boy than that. Now, I really think you owe her an apology, don't you?
I suppose so.
I am glad that we had this chance to talk. But I wouldn't wait too long before making up with her, the old man said. You wouldn't believe how long she can stay angry. He grinned suddenly. She's been angry with me for as long as I can remember, and that's so long that I don't even like to think about it.
I'll do it right now.
Good, Wolf approved. Geryon stood up and walked purposefully to where Aunt Paul stood staring out at the swirling currents of the Cherek bore.
Aunt Paul?
Yes, dear?
I'm sorry. I was wrong. She turned and looked at him gravely.
Yes, you were.
I won't do it again. She laughed then, a low, warm laugh, and ran her fingers through his tangled hair.
Don't make promises you can't keep, dear,
she said, and embraced him, and everything was all right again. After the fury of the tide through the Cherek bore had abated, they sailed north along the snow-muffled coast of the Cherek Peninsula toward the ancient city, which was the ancestral home of all the Elorns, Algar, and Draznian, as well as Cherek and Raven. The wind was chill, and the skies threatening, but the remainder of the voyage was uneventful. After 3 more days their ship entered the harbor at Val Elorn, and tied up at one of the ice-shrouded wharves. Val Elorn was unlike any Sindarian city. Its walls and buildings were so incredibly ancient that they seemed more like natural rock formations than the construction of human hands. The narrow, crooked streets were clogged with snow, and the mountains behind the city loomed high and white against the dark sky. Several horse-drawn sleighs awaited them at the wharf, with savage-looking drivers and shaggy horses stamping impatiently in the packed snow.
There were fur robes in the sleighs, and Geryon drew one of them about him as he waited for Beric to conclude his farewells to Greldic and the sailors.
"Let's go,"
Beric told the driver as he climbed into the sleigh.
"See if you can't catch up with the others."
"If it hadn't taken so long, they wouldn't be so far ahead, Lord Beric,"
the driver said sourly.
"That's probably true,"
Beric agreed. The driver grunted, touched his horses with his whip, and the sleigh started up the street where the others had already disappeared. Fur-clad Cherek warriors swaggered up and down the narrow streets, and many of them bellowed greetings to Beric as the sleigh passed. At one corner their driver was forced to halt, while two burly men, stripped to the waist in the biting cold, wrestled savagely in the snow in the center of the street to the encouraging shouts of the crowd of onlookers.
"A common pastime," Beric told Geryon. "Winter's a tedious time in Varalorn."
"Is that the palace ahead?" Geryon asked. Beric shook his head.
"The Temple of Balar," he said. "Some men say that the bear god resides there in spirit. I have never seen him myself, though I cannot say for sure."
Then the wrestlers rolled out of the way, and they continued. On the steps of the temple, an ancient woman, wrapped in ragged woolen robes, stood with a long staff clutched in one bony hand, and her stringy hair wild about her face.
"Hail, Lord Beric," she
called in a cracking voice as they passed.
"Thy doom awaits thee."
"Stop the sleigh,"
Beric growled at the driver, and he threw off his fur robe and jumped to the ground.
"Martia,"
he thundered at the old woman,
"you have been forbidden to loiter here. If I tell Anheg that you have disobeyed him, he'll have the priests of the temple burn you for a witch."
The old woman cackled at him, and Geryon noted with a shudder that her eyes were milk-white blankness.
"The fire will not touch old Marcia,"
she laughed shrilly.
"That is not the doom which awaits her."
"Enough of dooms," Beric said. "Get away from the timber."
"Marcia sees what she sees," the old woman said. "The mark of thy doom is still upon thee, great Lord Beric. When it comes to thee, thou shalt remember the words of old Marcia."
And then she seemed to look at the sleigh where Geryon sat, though her milky eyes were obviously blind. Her expression suddenly changed from malicious glee to one strangely awestruck.
"Hail, greatest of lords,"
she crooned, bowing deeply.
"When thou comest into thine inheritance, remember that it was old Marcia who first greeted thee."
Beric started toward her with a roar, but she scurried away, her staff tapping on the stone steps.
"What did she mean?"
Geryon asked, when Beric returned to the sleigh.
"Ah, she's a crazy woman,"
Beric replied, his face pale with anger.
"She's always looking around the temple, begging and frightening gullible housewives with her gibberish. If Anheg had any sense, he would have driven her out of the city or burned her years ago."
He climbed back into the sleigh.
"Let's go,"
he growled at the driver. Geryon looked back over his shoulder as they sped away, but the old blind woman was nowhere in sight. Chapter 13. The palace of King Anheg of Cherek was a vast brooding structure near the center of Val Alorn. Huge wings, many of them crumbled into decay, with unpaned windows staring emptily at the open sky through collapsed roofs, stretched out from the main building in all directions. So far as Geryon could tell, there was no plan to the palace whatsoever. It had, it seemed, merely grown over the 3,000 years and more that the kings of Cherek had ruled there.
"Why is so much of it empty and broken down like that?"
he asked Beric, as their sleigh whirled into the snow-packed courtyard.
"What some kings build, other kings let fall down," Beric said shortly. "It is the way of kings."
Berek's mood had been black since their encounter with the blind woman at the temple. The others had all dismounted and stood waiting.
"You've been away from home too long. If you can get lost on the way from the harbor to the palace,"
Silk said pleasantly.
"We were delayed,"
Berek grunted. A broad, iron-bound door at the top of the wide steps that led up to the palace opened then, as if someone behind it had been waiting for them all to arrive. A woman with long flaxen braids and wearing a deep scarlet cloak trimmed with rich fur stepped out onto the portico at the top of the stairs and stood looking down at them.
"Greetings, Lord Berek, Earl of Trelheim and husband," she said formally.
Berek's face grew even more somber.
"Merrill,"
he acknowledged with a curt nod.
"King Anheg granted me permission to greet you, my lord,"
Berek's wife said,
"as is my right and my duty."
"You have always been most attentive to your duties, Merrill. Where are my daughters?"
"At Trelheim, my lord. I didn't think it would be a good idea for them to travel so far in the cold."
There was a faintly malicious note in her voice. Berek sighed.
"I see."
"Was I in error, my lord?"
Merrill asked.
"Let it pass."
"If you and your friends are ready, my lord, I will escort you to the throne room."
Berek went up the stairs, briefly and rather formally, embracing his wife, and the two of them went through the wide doorway.
"How tragic,"
the Earl of Selene murmured, shaking his head as they all went up the stairs to the palace door.
"Oh, hardly that,"
Silk said. "After all, Berek got what he wanted, didn't he?"
"You're a cruel man, Prince Keldar,"
the Earl said.
"Oh, not really. I am a realist, that's all. Berek spent all those years yearning after Merrill, and now he's got her. I'm delighted to see such steadfastness rewarded. Aren't you?"
The Earl of Selene sighed. A party of mailed warriors joined them, and escorted them through a maze of corridors, up broad stairs and down narrow ones, deeper and deeper into the vast pile.
"I have always admired Cherek architecture,"
Silk said sardonically.
"It's so unanticipated."
"Expanding the palace gives weak kings something to do," King Folrak observed. "It's not a bad idea, really. In Sindaria, bad kings usually devote their time to street paving projects. But our Lavala alone was paved thousands of years ago."
Silk laughed. "It's always been a problem, Your Majesty. How do you keep bad kings out of mischief?"
"Prince Keldar," King Folrak said, "I don't wish your uncle any misfortune, but I think it might be very interesting if the crown of Dresnia just happened to fall to you."
"Oh, please, Your Majesty," Silk said with feigned shock. "Don't even suggest that."
"Or so a wife," the Earl of Selene said slyly. "The prince definitely needs a wife."
"Oh, that's even worse," Silk said with a shudder. The throne room of King Anheg was a vaulted chamber with a great fire pit in the center, where whole logs blazed and crackled. Unlike the lushly draped hall of King Folrak, the stone walls here were bare, and torches flared and smoked in iron rings sunk into the stone. The men who lounged near the fire were not the elegant courtiers of Folrak's court, but rather were bearded Cherek warriors, gleaming in chainmail. At one end of the room sat 5 thrones, each surmounted by a banner. 4 of the thrones were occupied, and 3 regal-looking women stood talking nearby.
"Folrak, King of Sindaria,"
one of the warriors who had escorted them boomed, striking the butt of his spear hollowly on the rush-strewn floor.
"Hail Folrak,"
a large black-bearded man on one of the thrones called, rising to his feet. His long blue robe was wrinkled and spotted, and his hair was shaggy and unkempt. The gold crown he wore was dented in a place or two, and one of its points had been broken off. "Hail, Anheg," the king of the Sindars replied, bowing slightly.
"Thy throne awaits thee, my dear Cherek,"
the shaggy-haired man said, indicating the banner of Sindaria behind the one vacant throne.
"The kings of Eloria welcome the wisdom of the king of Sindaria at this council."
Geryon found the stilted, archaic form of address strangely impressive.
"Which king is which, friend Silk?"
Dernick whispered as they approached the thrones.
"The fat one in the red robe. With a reindeer on his banner is my uncle Rodar of Dresnia. The lean-faced one in black under the horse banner is Khag of Belgariad. The big, grim-faced one in grey, with no crown, who sits beneath the sword banner, is Brand, the Raven warrior."
"Brand?" Geryon interrupted, startled as he remembered the stories of the Battle of Vomimbre.
"All Raven warders are named Brand," Silk explained.
King Cherek greeted each of the other kings in the formal language that seemed to be customary, and then he took his place beneath the green banner with its golden sheaf of wheat that was the emblem of Sindaria.
Anheg said,
"Hail, Belgariad, disciple of Aldur, and hail, Lady Pulgara, honoured daughter of immortal Belgariad."
"There's little time for all this ceremony, Anheg," Mr. Wolf said tartly, throwing back his cloak and striding forward. "Why have the kings of Eloria summoned me?"
"Permit us our little ceremonies, ancient one," Rodar, the grossly fat king of Drasnia, said slyly. "We so seldom have the chance to play king. We won't be much longer at it." Mr. Wolf shook his head with disgust. One of the three regal-looking women came forward then. She was a tall, raven-haired beauty in an elaborately cross-tied black velvet gown. She curtsied to King Cherek and touched her cheek briefly to his. "Your Majesty," she said, "your presence honours our home."
"Your Highness," Cherek replied, inclining his head respectfully.
Silk murmured to Dernick and Geryon,
"Queen Elena, Anheg's wife."
The little man's nose twitched with suppressed mirth.
"Watch her when she greets Pulgara."
The queen turned and curtsied deeply to Mr. Wolf. "Divine Belgariad?" she said, her rich voice throbbing with respect.
"Hardly divine, Elena," the old man said dryly.
"Immortal son of Aldur," she swept on, ignoring the interruption. "Mightiest sorcerer in all the world. My poor house trembles at the awesome power that you bring within its walls."
"A pretty speech, Elena. A little inaccurate, but pretty all the same."
But the queen had already turned to Aunt Paul. "Glorious sister," she intoned.
"Sister?"
Geryon was startled.
"No, she's a mystic,"
Silk said softly. "She dabbles a bit in magic, and thinks of herself as a sorceress. Watch." With an elaborate gesture, the queen produced a green jewel and presented it to Aunt Paul.
"She had it up her sleeve,"
Silk whispered gleefully.
"A royal gift, Elena," Aunt Paul said in a strange voice.
"A pity that I can only offer this in return." She handed the queen a single, deep red rose.
"Where did she get that?"
Geryon asked in amazement. Silk winked at him. The queen looked at the rose doubtfully and cupped it between her two hands. She examined it closely, and her eyes widened. The color drained out of her face, and her hands began to tremble. The second queen had stepped forward now. She was a tiny blonde with a beautiful smile. Without ceremony, she kissed King Cherek, and then Mr. Wolf, and embraced Aunt Paul warmly. Her affection seemed simple and unself-conscious.
"Porin, Queen of Dresnia,"
Silk said, and his voice had an odd note to it. Geryon glanced at him and saw the faintest hint of a bitter, self-mocking expression flicker across his face. In that single instant, as clearly as if it had suddenly been illuminated by a bright light, Geryon saw the reason for Silk's sometimes strange manner. An almost suffocating surge of sympathy welled up in his throat. The third queen, Selar of Belgariad, greeted King Falrak, Mr. Wolf, and Aunt Paul with a few brief words in a quiet voice. Dernick asked, "Is the Raven Warder unmarried?" looking around for another queen. "He had a wife," Silk said shortly, his eyes still on Queen Porin, "but she died some years ago. She left him 4 sons.
"Ah,"
Dernick said. Then Barak, grim-faced and obviously angry, entered the hall and strode to King Anheg's throne.
"Welcome home, cousin," King Anheg said. "I thought perhaps you had lost your way." "Family business, Anheg. I had to have a few words with my wife."
"I see," Anheg said, and let it drop.
"Have you met our friends?"
Barak asked. "Not as yet, Lord Barak," King Rodar said. "We were involved with the customary formalities." He chuckled and his great paunch jiggled.
"I'm sure you are no the Earl of Saline,"
Barak said.
"And this is Dernick, a smith and a brave man. The boy's name is Garion. He is in Lady Polgara's care, a good lad."
Mr. Wolf asked impatiently, "Do you suppose that we could get on with this?" Chohag, king of the Algars, spoke in a strangely soft voice. "Art thou aware, Belgariad, of the misfortune which has befallen us? We turn to thee for counsel."
"Chohag," Wolf said testily, "you sound like a bad errandish epic. Is all of this theeing and thouing really necessary?"
Chohag looked embarrassed and glanced at King Anheg.
"My fault, Belgariad," Anheg said ruefully. "I set scribes to work to record our meetings. Chohag was speaking to history, as well as to you."
His crown had slipped a bit and perched precariously over one ear.
"History is very tolerant, Anheg. You do not have to try to impress her. She will forget most of what we say anyway."
He turned to the Raven Warder.
"Brand, do you suppose you could explain all of this without too much embellishment?"
"I am afraid it is my fault, Belgariad," the grey-robed warder said in a deep voice. "The apostate was able to carry off his theft because of my laxity."
"The thing's supposed to protect itself, Brand. I can't even touch it. I know the thief, and there is no way that you could have kept him out of Reva. What concerns me is how he was able to lay hands on it without being destroyed by its power."
Brand spread his hands helplessly. "We woke one morning, and it was gone. The priests were only able to divine the name of the thief. The spirit of the bear god would not say any more. Since we knew who he was, we were careful not to speak his name, or the name of the thing that he took."
"Good. He has ways to pick words out of the air at great distances."
"I taught him how to do that myself." Brand nodded. "We knew that. It made phrasing our message to you difficult. When you did not come to Reva, and my messenger did not return, I thought something had gone wrong, and that's when we sent men out to find you." Mr. Wolf scratched at his beard.
"I guess it's my own fault that I'm here, then. I borrowed your messenger. I had to get word to some people in Arindia. I suppose that I should have known better."
Silk cleared his throat. "May I speak?" he asked politely.
"Oh, certainly, Prince Keldor,"
King Anheg said. "Is it entirely prudent to continue these discussions in public? The Murgos have enough gold to buy ears in many places, and the arts of the Grolums can lift the thoughts out of the minds of the most loyal warriors. What is not known cannot be revealed, if you take my meaning."
"The warriors of Anheg are not so easily bought, Silk,"
Barak said testily.
"And there aren't any Grolums in Cherek."
Are you also confident about the serving men and the kitchen wenches? And I have found Grolums in some very unexpected places.
But there is something in what my nephew says, King Rodar said, his face thoughtful. Drasnia has centuries of experience in the gathering of information, and Keldar is one of our best. If he thinks that our words might go further than we'd want them to, we might be wise to listen to him.
Thank you, Uncle, Silk said, bowing.
Could you penetrate this palace, Prince Keldar?
King Anheg challenged. I already have, Your Majesty, 12 times or more. Anheg looked at Rodar with one raised eyebrow. Rodar coughed slightly. It was some time ago, Anheg. Nothing serious. I was just curious about something. That is all.
All you had to do then was ask,
Anheg said in a slightly injured tone. Oh, I did not want to bother you, Rodar said with a shrug. Besides, it's more fun to do it the other way. Friends, King Thorak said.
There she before us. It's too important to chance compromising it. Wouldn't it be better to be overcautious rather than take any more risks?
King Anheg frowned then and shrugged.
Whatever you wish. We'll continue in private, then.
Cousin, would you clear old King Eldrig's hall for us, and set guards in the hallways near it?
I will, Anheg,
Beric said, and took 12 warriors and left the hall. The kings rose from their thrones, all except Tohag, a lean warrior, very nearly as tall as Beric, and with the shaved head and flowing scalp lock of the Algars, stepped forward and helped him up. Geryon looked inquiringly at Silk. An illness, when he was a child, Silk explained softly. It left his legs so weak that he cannot stand unaided. Doesn't that make it kind of hard for him to be king? Algars spend more time sitting on horses than they do standing on their feet. Once he's on a horse, Tohag's the equal of any man in Algaria. The warrior who's helping him is Hetar, his adopted son. You know him? I know everyone, Geryon. Hetar and I have met a few times. I like him, though I'd rather he didn't know that. Queen Poran came over to where they stood. Eilena's taking Silar and me to her private quarters, she said to Silk. Apparently women are not supposed to be involved in matters of state here in Cherek. Our Cherek cousins have a few blind spots, Your Highness. They are arch-conservatives, of course, and it has not occurred to them yet that women are human. Queen Poran winked at him with a sly little grin. I had hoped that we might get a chance to talk, Keldar, but it doesn't look like it now. Did you get my message to Layla? Silk nodded. She said she'd write you immediately. If we had known you were going to be here, I could have carried a letter myself. It was Eilena's idea. She decided that it might be nice to have a council of queens while the kings were meeting. She would have invited Layla, too, but everyone knows how terrified she is of sea travel. Has your council produced anything momentous, Highness? Queen Poran made a face. We sit around and watch Eilena do tricks, disappearing coins, things up her sleeves, that kind of thing. Or she tells fortunes. Silar's too polite to object, and I am the youngest, so I'm not supposed to say too much. Oh, it's terribly dull, particularly when she goes into trances over that stupid crystal ball of hers. Did Layla think she could help me? If anyone can, Silk assured her. I should warn you, though, that her advice is likely to be quite explicit. Queen Layla's an earthy little soul, sometimes very blunt. Queen Poran giggled wickedly. That's all right. I am a grown woman, after all. But, of course, I just wanted to prepare you, that is all. Are you making fun of me, Keldar? Would I do that, Your Highness? Silk asked, his face full of innocence. I "I think you would," she said. "Coming, Poran?" Queen Eilina asked from not far away. "Oh, at once, your highness," the Queen of Dresnia said. Her fingers flickered briefly at Silk. "What a bore!" "Patience, highness," Silk gestured in reply. Queen Poran docilely followed the stately Queen of Cherek and the silent Queen of Belgariad from the hall. Silk's eyes followed her, and his face had that same self-mocking expression as before. "The others are leaving," Garion said delicately, and pointed to the far end of the hall where the Alorn kings were just going out the door. "All right," Silk said, and led the way quickly after them. Garion stayed at the rear of the group as they all made their way through the draughty corridors toward King Eldrig's hall. The dry voice in his mind told him that if Aunt Paul saw him, she would probably find a reason to send him away. As he loitered along at the rear of the procession, a furtive movement flickered briefly far down one of the side corridors. He caught only one glimpse of the man, an ordinary-looking Cherek warrior, wearing a dark green cloak, and then they had moved past that corridor. Garion stopped and stepped back to look again, but the man in the green cloak was gone. At the door to King Eldrig's hall, Aunt Paul stood waiting with her arms crossed. "Where have you been?" "I was just looking," he said, as innocently as possible. "I see." Then she turned to Beric. "The council's probably going to last for a long time, and Garion's just going to get restless before it's over. Is there some place where he can amuse himself until supper time?" "Aunt Paul—"
"The armory, perhaps?"
"And what would I do in an armory?" Garion demanded. "Would you prefer the scullery?" Aunt Paul asked pointedly. "On second thought, I think I might like to see the armory." I thought you might."
"It's at the far end of this corridor, Garion," Beric said. "The room with the red door."
"Run along, dear, and try not to cut yourself on anything."
Garion sulked slowly down the corridor that Beric had pointed out to him, keenly feeling the injustice of the situation. Guards posted in the passageway outside King Eldrig's hall even made eavesdropping impossible. Garion sighed and continued his solitary way toward the armory. The other part of his mind was busy, however, mulling over certain problems. Despite his stubborn refusal to accept the possibility that Mr. Wolf and Aunt Paul were indeed Belgarath and Belgara, the behavior of the Alorn kings made it obvious that they at least did believe it. Then there was the question of the rose Aunt Paul had given to Queen Eilina. Setting aside the fact that roses do not bloom in the winter, how had Aunt Paul known that Eilina would present her with that green jewel, and therefore prepared the rose in advance? He deliberately avoided the idea that his aunt had simply created the rose on the spot. The corridor along which he passed, deep in thought, was dim with only a few torches set in rings on the walls to light the way. Side passages branched out from it here and there, gloomy, unlighted openings that stretched back into the darkness. He had almost reached the armory when he heard a faint sound in one of those dark passages. Without knowing exactly why, he drew back into one of the other openings and waited. The man in the green cloak stepped out into the lighted corridor and looked around furtively. He was an ordinary-looking man with a short, sandy beard, and he probably could have walked anywhere in the palace without attracting much notice. His manner, however, and his stealthy movements cried out louder than words that he was doing something that he was not supposed to be doing. He hurried up the corridor in the direction from which Garion had come, and Garion shrank back into the protective darkness of his hiding place. When he carefully poked his head out into the corridor again, the man had disappeared, and it was impossible to know down which of those dark side passageways he had gone. Garion's inner voice told him that even if he told anyone about this, they would not listen.
He'd need more than just an uneasy feeling of suspicion to report if he did not want to appear foolish. All he could do for the time being was to keep his eyes open for the man in the green cloak. Chapter 14. It was snowing the following morning, and Aunt Paul, Silk, Barak, and Mr. Wolf again met for counsel with the kings, leaving Geryon in Dernick's keeping. The two sat near the fire in the huge hall with the thrones, watching the 24 or so bearded Cherek warriors who lounged about or engaged in various activities to pass the time. Some of them sharpened their swords or polished their armor. Others ate or sat drinking, even though it was still quite early in the morning, were engaged in a heated dice game, and some simply sat with their backs against the wall and slept.
These Chereks seem to be very idle people,
Dernick said quietly to Geryon.
I haven't seen anyone actually working since we arrived here, have you?
Geryon shook his head. I think these are the king's own warriors, he said just as quietly. I don't think they're supposed to do anything except sit around and wait for the king to tell them to fight someone.
Dernick frowned disapprovingly. It must be a terribly boring way to live.
Dernick, Geryon asked after a moment, did you notice the way Barak and his wife acted toward each other?
Mm-hmm. It's very sad. Silk told me about it yesterday. Barak fell in love with her when they were both very young, but she was high-born, didn't take him very seriously.
How does it happen that they are married, then?
It was a family's idea, Dernick explained. After Barak became the Earl of Trelheim, they decided that a marriage would give them a valuable connection. Merrill objected, but it didn't do her any good. Silk said that Barak found out after they were married that she's really a very shallow person. Well, of course, it's too late by then. She does spiteful things to try and hurt him. He spends as much time away from home as possible.
Do they have any children?
2. Both girls, about 5 and 7. Barak loves them very much, but he doesn't get to see them very often.
Geryon sighed. I wish there was something we could do.
We can't interfere between a man and his wife. Things like that just aren't done.
Did you know that Silk's in love with his aunt? Geryon said without stopping to think.
Geryon, Dernick's voice was shocked. That's an unseemly thing to say.
Well, it's true all the same. Of course, she's not really his aunt, I guess. She's his uncle's second wife. It's not exactly like she was his real aunt.
She's married to his uncle, Dernick said firmly. Who made up this scandalous story?
Nobody made it up. I was watching his face when he talked to her yesterday. It's pretty plain the way he feels about her.
Well, I'm sure you just imagined it,
Dernick said disapprovingly. He stood up.
Let's look around. That will give us something better to do than sit here gossiping about our friends. It's really not the sort of thing decent men do.
All right, Geryon agreed quickly, a little embarrassed. He stood up and followed Dernick across the smoky hall and out into the corridor. Let's have a look at the kitchen, Geryon suggested.
And the smithy, too,
Dernick said. The royal kitchens were enormous. Entire oxen roasted on the spits, and whole flocks of geese simmered in lakes of gravy. Stews bubbled in cart-sized cauldrons, and battalions of loaves were marched into ovens big enough to stand in. Unlike Aunt Paul's well-ordered kitchen at Faldor's farm, everything here was chaos and confusion. The head cook was a huge man with a red face who screamed orders which everyone ignored. There were shouts and threats and a great deal of horseplay. A spoon heated in a fire and left where an unsuspecting cook would pick it up brought shrieks of mirth, and one man's hat was stolen and deliberately thrown into a seething pot of stew. Let's go someplace else, Dernick. This isn't what I expected at all.
Dernick nodded. Mistress Paul, she'd never tolerate all that foolishness, he agreed disapprovingly.
In the hallway outside the kitchen, a maid with reddish-blonde hair and a pale green dress, cut quite low at the bodice, loitered.
"Excuse me," Cherek said to her politely. "Could you direct us to the smithy?"
She looked him up and down boldly.
"Are you new here?" she asked. "I haven't seen you before."
"We are just visiting."
"Where are you from?"
"Sindaria."
"How interesting. Perhaps the boy could run this errand for you, and you and I could talk for a while."
Her look was direct. Cherek coughed and his ears reddened.
"The smithy?"
he asked again. The maid laughed lightly.
"In the courtyard, at the end of the corridor. I'm usually around here someplace. I'm sure you can find me when you finish your business with the smith."
Yes," Cherek said. "I'm sure I could. Come along, Geryon."
They went on down the corridor and out into a snowy inner courtyard.
"Outrageous,"
Cherek said stiffly, his ears still flaming.
"The girl has no sense of propriety whatsoever. I'd report her if I knew to whom."
"Shocking," Geryon agreed, secretly amused by Cherek's embarrassment. They crossed the courtyard through the lightly sifting snow. The smithy was presided over by a huge black-bearded man with forearms as big as Geryon's thighs. Cherek introduced himself, and the two were soon happily talking shop to the accompaniment of the ringing blows of the smith's hammer. Geryon noticed that instead of the plows, spades, and hoes that would fill a Sendarian smithy, the walls here were hung with swords, spears, and war-axes. At one forge an apprentice was hammering out arrowheads, and at another a lean, one-eyed man was working on an evil-looking dagger. Cherek and the smith talked together for most of the remainder of the morning, while Geryon wandered about the inner courtyard watching the various workmen at their tasks. There were coopers and wheelwrights, cobblers and carpenters, saddlers and candle-makers, all busily at work to maintain the huge household of King Anhug. As he watched, Geryon also kept his eyes open for the sandy-bearded man in the green cloak that he had seen the night before. It was not likely that the man would be here where honest work was being done, but Geryon stayed alert all the same. About noon, Barak came looking for them and led them back to the great hall where Silk lounged intently watching a dice game.
"Oneg and the others want to meet privately this afternoon. I've got an errand to run, and I thought you might want to go along."
"Oh, that might not be a bad idea," Silk said, tearing his eyes from the game. "Your cousin's warriors dice badly, and I am tempted to try a few rolls with them. It would probably be better if I did not. Most men take offense at losing to strangers."
Barak grinned. "I'm sure they'd be glad to let you play, Silk. They've got just as much a chance of winning as you do."
"Oh, just as the sun has as much chance of coming up in the west as in the east."
"Are you that sure of your skill, friend Silk?"
Cherek asked. "I'm sure of theirs." He chuckled then and jumped up. "Let's go. My fingers are starting to itch. Let's get them away from temptation."
"Anything you say, Prince Keldar,"
Barak laughed. They all put on fur cloaks and left the palace. The snow had almost stopped, and the wind was brisk.
"I'm a bit confused by all these names," Cherek said as they trudged toward the central part of Val Aulorn. "I've been meaning to ask about it. You, friend Silk, are also Prince Keldar, and sometimes the merchant Ambar of Kotu. And Mr. Wolf is also Belgariad, and Mistress Paul is also Lady Polgara, or the Duchess of Herat. Where I come from, people usually have one name."
"Names are like clothes, Cherek. We put on what's most suitable for the occasion. Honest men have little need to wear strange clothes or strange names. Those of us who are not so honest, however, occasionally have to change one or the other."
"I don't find it amusing to hear Mistress Paul described as not being honest," Cherek said stiffly.
"Oh, no disrespect intended,"
Silk assured him. "Simple definitions do not apply to Lady Belgariad, and when I say that we are not honest, I simply mean that this business we are in sometimes requires us to conceal ourselves from people who are evil as well as devious." Dernick looked unconvinced, but let it pass.
"Let's take this street. I don't want to pass the Temple of Balar today."
"Why?"
"I'm a little behind in my religious duties," Beric said with a pained look, "and I would rather not be reminded of it by the High Priest of Balar. His voice is very penetrating, and I don't like being called down in front of the whole city. A prudent man does not give either a priest or a woman the opportunity to scold him in public."
The streets of Val-Alorn were narrow and crooked, and the ancient stone houses were tall and narrow, with overhanging second stories. Despite the intermittent snow and the crisp wind, the streets seemed full of people, most of them garbed in furs against the chill. There was much good-humored shouting and the exchange of bawdy insults. Two elderly and dignified men were pelting each other with snowballs in the middle of one street, to the raucous encouragement of the bystanders.
"They're old friends," Beric said with a broad grin. "They do this every day, all winter long. Pretty soon they'll go to an alehouse and get drunk, and sing old songs together until they fall off the benches. They've been doing it for years now."
"What do they do in summer?"
"They throw rocks. The drinking and singing and falling off the benches stays the same."
"Hello, Beric," a green-eyed young woman called from an upper window. "When are you coming to see me again?" Beric glanced up and his face flushed, but he did not answer. "That lady's talking to you, Beric."
"I heard her."
She seems to know you," Silk said with a sly look.
"She knows everyone," Beric said, flushing even more. "Shall we move along?"
Around another corner, a group of men dressed in shaggy furs shuffled along in single file. Their gait was a kind of curious swaying from side to side, and people quickly made way for them.
"Hail, Lord Beric," their leader intoned. "Hail, Lord Beric," the others said in unison, still swaying. Beric bowed stiffly.
"May the arm of Balar protect thee," the leader said.
"All praise to Balar, Bear God of Eloria," the others said.
Beric bowed again and stood until the procession had passed.
"Who are they?" Dernick asked. "Bear cultists," Beric said with distaste. "Religious fanatics."
"A troublesome group," Silk explained. "They have chapters in all of the Alon kingdoms. Oh, they're excellent warriors, but they have the instruments of the High Priest of Balar. They spend their time in rituals, military training, and interfering in local politics." "Where's this Eloria they spoke of?"
"It's all around us," Beric said with a broad gesture. "Eloria used to be all the Alon kingdoms together. They were all one nation. The cultists want to reunite them."
"That doesn't sound unreasonable," Dernick said.
"Eloria was divided for a reason. A certain thing had to be protected, and the division of Eloria was the best way to do that."
"Oh, is this thing so important?"
"It's the most important thing in the world."
"The bear cultists tend to forget that," Silk added. "Only now it's been stolen, hasn't it?" Garion blurted, as that dry voice in his mind informed him of the connection between what Beric and Silk had just said and the sudden disruption of his own life. "It's this thing that Mr. Wolf is following."
Beric glanced quickly at him. "The lad is wiser than we thought, Silk," he said soberly.
He's a clever boy," Silk agreed, "and it's not hard to put it all together." His weasel face was grave. "You are right, of course, Garion. We don't know how yet, but somebody's managed to steal it. If Belgariad gives the word, the Alorn kings will take the world apart, stone by stone, to get it back." I mean war, Cherek said in a sinking voice.
There are worse things than war, Cherek said grimly. It might be a good opportunity to dispose of the Angoraks once and for all.
Oh, let's hope that Belgariad can persuade the Ouran kings otherwise.
This thing has to be recovered.
Oh, granted. But there are other ways, and I hardly think a public street is the place to discuss our alternatives. Cherek looked around quickly, his eyes narrowing. They had by then reached the harbor, where the masts of the ships of Cherek rose as thickly as trees in a forest. They crossed an icy bridge over a frozen stream, and came to several large yards, where the skeletons of ships lay in the snow. A limping man in a leather smock came from a low stone building in the center of one of the yards and stood watching their approach.
"Ho, Krendig."
"Ho, Cherek,"
the man in the leather smock replied.
"How does the work go?"
"Slowly in this season. It's not a good time to work with wood. My artisans are fashioning the fittings and sawing the boards, but we won't be able to do much more until spring."
Cherek nodded and walked over to lay his hand on the new wood of a ship prow rising out of the snow.
"Krendig is building this for me. She will be the finest ship afloat."
"If your oarsmen are strong enough to move her," Krendig said. "She'll be very big, Cherek, and very heavy."
"Then I'll man her with big men,"
Cherek said, still gazing at the ribs of his ship. Geryon heard a gleeful shout from the hillside above the shipyard and looked up quickly. Several young people were sliding down the hill on smooth planks. It was obvious that Cherek and the others were going to spend most of the rest of the afternoon discussing the ship. While that might be all very interesting, Geryon realized that he had not spoken with anyone his own age for a long time. He drifted away from the others and stood at the foot of the hill, watching. One blonde girl particularly attracted his eye. In some ways, she reminded him of Zubret. But there were some differences. Where Zubret had been petite, this girl was as big as a boy, though she was noticeably not a boy. Her laughter rang out merrily, and her cheeks were pink in the cold afternoon air as she slid down the hill with her long braids flying behind her. "That looks like fun," Geryon said, as her improvised sled came to a rest nearby.
"Would you like to try?"
she asked, getting up and brushing the snow from her woolen dress. "I don't have a sled."
"I might let you use mine,"
she said, looking at him archly.
"If you give me something."
"What would you want me to give you?"
"Oh, we'll think of something,"
she said, eyeing him boldly.
"What's your name?"
"Geryon."
"What an odd name. Do you come from here?"
"No, I'm from Sindaria."
"A Sindar, truly?"
Her blue eyes twinkled.
"I've never met a Sindar before. My name is Maidi."
Geryon inclined his head slightly.
"Do you want to use my sled?"
"I might like to try it."
"I might let you. For a kiss."
Geryon blushed furiously, and Maidi laughed. A large red-haired boy in a long tunic slid to a stop nearby and rose with a menacing look on his face.
"Maidi, come away from there." "And what if I don't want to?"
The red-haired boy swaggered toward Geryon.
"What are you doing here?"
"I was talking with Maidi."
"And who gave you permission?"
the red-haired boy asked. He was a bit taller than Geryon and somewhat heavier.
"I didn't bother to ask permission."
The red-haired boy glowered, flexing his muscles threateningly.
"I can trash you if I like," he announced.
Geryon realized that the redhead was feeling belligerent and that a fight was inevitable. The preliminaries, threats, insults, and the like, would probably go on for several more minutes, but the fight would take place as soon as the boy in the long tunic had worked himself up to it. Geryon decided not to wait. He doubled his fist and punched the larger boy in the nose. The blow was a good one,
and the redhead stumbled back and sat down heavily in the snow. He raised one hand to his nose and brought it away bright red. "It's bleeding," he wailed accusingly. "You made my nose bleed." "It'll stop in a few minutes." "What if it doesn't?" "Nosebleeds don't last forever." "Why'd you hit me?" the redhead demanded tearfully, wiping his nose. "I didn't do anything to you." "You were going to. Put snow on it. Don't be such a baby." "It's still bleeding." "Put snow on it." "What if it doesn't stop bleeding?" "Then you'll probably bleed to death," Garyon said in a heartless tone. It was a trick he had learned from Aunt Paul. It worked as well on a Cherek boy as it had on Dorun and Runderig. The redhead blinked at him and then took a large handful of snow and held it to his nose. "Are all Sindars so cruel?" Maidie asked. "I don't know all the people in Sindaria," Garyon said. The affair had not turned out well at all, and regretfully he turned and started back toward the shipyard. "Garyon, wait," Maidie said. She ran after him and caught him by the arm. "You forgot my kiss," she said, threw her arms around his neck and kissed him soundly on the lips. "There," she said, and she turned and ran laughing back up the hill, her blonde braids flying behind her. Barak, Silk, and Dernick were all laughing when he returned to where they stood.
"You were supposed to chase her," Barak said.
"What for?" Garyon asked, flushing at their laughter.
"She wanted you to catch her."
"I don't understand." "Barak," Silk said, "I think that one of us is going to have to inform the Lady Bulgara that our Garyon needs some further education."
"You are skilled with words, Silk. I'm sure you ought to be the one to tell her."
"Oh, why don't we throw dice for the privilege?"
"I have seen you throw dice before, Silk," Barak laughed.
"Well, of course we could simply stay here a while longer. I rather imagine that Garyon's new playmate would be quite happy to complete his education, and that way we would not have to bother Lady Bulgara about it." Garyon's ears were flaming now. "I'm not as stupid as all of that. I know what you're talking about, and you don't have to say anything to Aunt Paul about it." He stumped away angrily, kicking at the snow. After Barak had talked for a while longer with his shipbuilder, and the harbor had begun to darken with the approach of evening, they started back toward the palace. Garyon sulked along behind, still offended by their laughter. The clouds which had hung overhead since their arrival in Val Alorn had begun to tatter, and patches of clear sky began to appear. Here and there single stars twinkled as evening slowly settled into the snowy streets. The soft light of candles began to glow in the windows of the houses, and the few people left in the streets hurried to get home before dark. Garyon, still loitering behind, saw two men entering a wide door beneath a crude sign depicting a cluster of grapes. One of them was the sandy, bearded man in the green cloak he had seen in the palace the night before. The other man wore a dark hood, and Garyon felt a familiar tingle of recognition. Even though he could not see the hooded man's face, there was no need of it. They had looked at each other too often for there to be any doubt. As always before, Garyon felt that peculiar restraint, almost like a ghostly finger touching his lips. The hooded man was Cherek, and though the Murgo's presence here was very important, it was, for some reason, impossible for Garyon to speak of it. He watched the two men only for a moment, then hurried to catch up with his friends. He struggled with the compulsion that froze his tongue, and then tried another approach. "Barak, are there many Murgos in Val Alorn?"
"There aren't any Murgos in Cherek," Barak said. "Angaraks are not allowed in the kingdom on pain of death. It is our oldest law. It was laid down by old Cherek Bareshoulders himself. Why do you ask?"
"I was just wondering," Garyon said lamely. His mind shrieked with the need to tell them about Cherek, but his lips stayed frozen. That evening, when they were all seated at the long table in King Anheg's central hall with a great feast set before them, Barak entertained them with a broadly exaggerated account
of Gerion's encounter with the young people on the hillside.
"A great blow it was,"
he said in expansive tones,
"worthy of the mightiest warrior, and truly struck upon the nose of the foe. The bright blood flew, and the enemy was dismayed and overcome. Like a hero, Gerion stood over the vanquished, and like a true hero, did not boast nor taunt his fallen opponent, but offered instead advice for quelling that crimson flood. With simple dignity, then, he quit the field, but the bright-eyed maid would not let him depart unrewarded for his valor. Hastily she pursued him, and fondly clasped her snowy arms about his neck. And there she lovingly bestowed that single kiss that is the true hero's greatest reward. Her eyes flamed with admiration, and her chaste bosom heaved with newly wakened passion. But modest Gerion innocently departed, and tarried not to claim those other sweet rewards the gentle maid's fond demeanour so clearly offered. And thus the adventure ended, with our hero tasting victory, but tenderly declining victory's true compensation.
The warriors and the kings at the long table roared with laughter, and pounded the table and their knees and each other's backs in their glee. Queen Eilina and Queen Selar smiled tolerantly, and Queen Porin laughed openly. Lady Merrill, however, remained stony-faced, her expression faintly contemptuous, as she looked at her husband. Gerion sat with his face aflame, his ears besieged with shouted suggestions and advice.
"Is that really the way it happened, nephew?" King Rodar demanded of Silk, wiping tears from his eyes.
More or less. Lord Beric's telling was masterly, though a good deal embellished.
"We should send for a minstrel," the Earl of Selene said. "This exploit should be immortalized in song."
"Don't tease him," Queen Porin said, looking sympathetically at Gerion. Aunt Paul did not seem amused. Her eyes were cold as she looked at Beric. "Isn't it odd that 3 grown men cannot keep one boy out of trouble?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. "It was only 1 blow, milady, and only 1 kiss after all." "Really? And what's it going to be next time? A duel with swords, perhaps, and even greater foolishness afterward?"
"There was no real harm in it, Mistress Paul," Dernick assured her.
Aunt Paul shook her head. "I thought you at least had good sense, Dernick, but now I see that I was wrong." Gerion suddenly resented her remarks. It seemed that no matter what he did, she was ready to take it in the worst possible light. His resentment flared to the verge of open rebellion. What right had she to say anything about what he did? There was no tie between them, after all, and he could do anything he wanted without her permission, if he felt like it. He glared at her in sullen anger. She caught the look, and returned it with cool expression that seemed almost to challenge him. "Well, nothing," he said shortly. Chapter 15. The next morning dawned bright and crisp. The sky was a deep blue, and the sunlight was dazzling on the white mountain tops that rose behind the city. After breakfast, Mr. Wolfe announced that he and Aunt Paul would again meet privately that day with Thorak and the Elorn kings.
"Good idea," Beric said. "Gloomy ponderings are good for kings. Unless one has regal obligations, however, it is much too fine a day to be wasted indoors."
He grinned mockingly at his cousin.
"There's a streak of cruelty in you that I hadn't suspected, Beric," King Anheg said, glancing longingly out a nearby window. "Do the wild boars still come down to the edges of the forest?"
"In droves," Anheg replied, even more disconsolately.
I thought I might gather a few good men and go out and see if we can thin their numbers a bit," Beric said, his grin even wider now.
"I was almost sure you had something like that in mind," Anheg said moodily, scratching at his unkempt hair.
"I'm doing you a service, Anheg. You don't want your kingdom overrun with the beasts, do you?"
Rodar, the fat king of Trasnia, laughed hugely. "I think that he's got you, Anheg."
He usually does,"
Anheg agreed sourly. "I gladly leave such activities to younger and leaner men," Rodar said. He slapped his vast paunch with both hands.
"I don't mind a good supper, but I'd rather not have to fight with it first. I make too good a target. The blindest boar in the world wouldn't have much trouble finding me."
Well, Silk," Beric said, "what do you say?"
"Oh, you're not serious." "You must go along, Prince Keldar," Queen Porin insisted. "Someone has to represent the honor of Trasnia in this venture." Silk's face looked pained. "You can be my champion," she said, her eyes sparkling. "Have you been reading Arendish epics again, Your Highness?" "Consider it a royal command. Some fresh air and exercise won't hurt you. You're starting to look dyspeptic." Silk bowed ironically. "As you wish, Your Highness. I suppose that if things get out of hand, I can always climb a tree."
"How about you, Dernick?"
"I don't know much about hunting, friend Beric, but I'll come along, if you like," Dernick said doubtfully.
"My lord?"
Beric asked the Earl of Selene politely.
"Oh, no, Lord Beric. I outgrew my enthusiasm for such sport years ago. Thank you for the invitation, however."
"Hetar?"
Beric asked the rangy Algar. Hetar glanced quickly at his father.
"Go along, Hetar," Koheg said in his soft voice. "I'm sure King Anheg will lend me a warrior to help me walk."
"I'll do it myself, Kohag. I have carried heavier burdens," said King Anheg.
"I'll go with you then, Lord Beric, and thanks for asking me." His voice sounded deep and resonant, but soft, much like that of his father.
"Well, lad?"
Beric asked Garion. "Have you lost your wits entirely, Beric?" Aunt Pole snapped. "Didn't you get him into enough trouble yesterday?" That was the last straw. The sudden elation he had felt at Beric's invitation turned to anger. Garion gritted his teeth and threw away all caution. "If Beric doesn't think I'll just be in the way, I'll be glad to go along," he announced defiantly. Aunt Paul stared at him, her eyes suddenly very hard.
"Your cub's growing teeth, Paul," Mr. Wolf chuckled.
"Be still, father,"
Aunt Paul said, still glaring at Garion.
"Not
this time, miss," the old man said with a hint of iron in his voice. "He has made his decision, and you are not going to humiliate him by unmaking it for him. Garion isn't a child now. You may not have noticed, but he is almost man-high, and filling out now. He will soon be 15, Paul. You are going to have to relax your grip sometime, and now is as good a time as any to start treating him like a man."
She looked at him for a moment. "Whatever you say, father," she said at last with deceptive meekness. "I'm sure we'll want to discuss this later, though. In private." Mr. Wolf winced. Aunt Paul looked at Garion then. "Try to be careful, dear. And when you come back, we'll have a nice long talk, won't we?" "Will my lord require my aid in arming himself for the hunt?" Lady Merrill asked in the stilted and insulting manner she always assumed with Beric.
"That won't be necessary, Merrill,"
Beric replied. "I would not neglect any of my duties."
"Leave it alone, Merrill. You have made your point."
Have I my lord's permission to withdraw, then?
You have?
Perhaps you ladies would like to join me, Queen Ailina said. We'll cast auguries and see if we can predict the outcome of the hunt.
Queen Poran, who stood somewhat behind the Queen of Cherek, rolled her eyes upward in resignation. Queen Silar smiled at her.
Let's go, then. The boars are waiting,
said Beric. Sharpening their tusks, no doubt, Silk said. Beric led them down to the red door of the armory, where they were joined by a grizzled man with enormously broad shoulders, who wore a bull-hide shirt with metal plates sewn on it.
This is Torvik,
Beric introduced the grizzled man,
Anheg's chief huntsman. He knows every boar in the forest by first name.
My lord Beric is overkind,
Torvik said, bowing.
How does one go about this hunting of boars, friend Torvik?
Dernick asked politely.
I've never done it before. It's a simple thing. I take my huntsman in the forest, and we drive the beasts with noise and shouting. You and the other hunters wait for them with these.
He gestured at a rack of stout, broad-headed boar spears.
When the boar sees you standing in his way, he charges you, tries to kill you with his tusks, but instead, you kill him with your spear.
I see, Dernick said somewhat doubtfully.
Doesn't sound very complicated.
We wear mail shirts, Dernick. Our hunters are hardly ever injured seriously.
Hardly ever has a rather uncomfortable ring of frequency to it, Beric, Silk said, fingering a mail shirt hanging on a peg by the door.
No sport is very entertaining without a certain element of risk,
Beric shrugged, hefting a boar spear. Have you ever thought of throwing dice instead?
Not with your dice, my friend.
They began pulling on mail shirts, while Torvik's huntsman carried several armloads of boar spears out to the sleighs waiting in the snowy courtyard of the palace. Gerion found the mail shirt heavy, and more than a little uncomfortable. The steel rings dug at his skin, even through his heavy clothes, and every time he tried to shift his posture to relieve the pressure of one of them, a half-dozen others bit at him. The air was very cold as they climbed into the sleighs, and the usual fur robes seemed hardly adequate. They drove through the narrow, twisting streets of Val Alorn toward the great west gate on the opposite side of the city from the harbor. The breath of the horses steamed in the icy air as they rode. The ragged old blind woman from the temple stepped from a doorway as they passed in the bright morning sun.
"Hail, Lord Beric," she croaked. "Thy doom is at hand. Thou shalt taste of it before this day's sun finds its bed."
Without a word, Beric rose in his sleigh, took up a boar spear, and cast it, with deadly accuracy, full at the old woman. With surprising speed, the witch woman swung her staff and knocked the spear aside in mid-air.
"It will avail thee not to try to kill old Martje," she laughed scornfully. "Thy spear shall not find her, neither shall thy sword. Go thou, Beric, thy doom awaits thee."
And then she turned toward the sleigh in which Gerion sat beside the startled Dernick.
"Hail, Lord of Lords! Thy peril this day shall be great, but thou shalt survive it, and it is thy peril which shall reveal the mark of the beast, which is the doom of thy friend Beric."
And then she bowed and scampered away before Beric could lay his hands on another spear.
"What's that about, Gerion?"
Dernick asked, his eyes still surprised.
"Beric says she's a crazy old blind woman. She stopped us when we arrived in Val Alorn after you and the others had already passed."
"What was all that talk of doom?"
Dernick asked with a shudder.
"I don't know. Beric wouldn't explain it."
"It's a bad omen so early in the day,"
These Chereks are a strange people.
Geryon nodded with agreement. Beyond the west gate of the city were open fields, sparkling white in the full glare of the morning sun. They crossed the fields toward the dark edge of the forest 2 leagues away, with great plumes of powdery snow flying out behind their racing sleighs. Farmsteads lay muffled in snow along their track. The buildings were all made of logs and had high-peaked wooden roofs.
These people seem to be indifferent to danger,
Cherek said.
I certainly won't want to live in a wooden house, what with possibility of fire and all.
It's a different country, after all. We can't expect the whole world to live the way we do in Sandaria.
I suppose not. But I'll tell you, Geryon, I'm not very comfortable here. Some people just aren't meant for travel. Sometimes I wish we'd never left Faldor's farm.
I do too, sometimes, Geryon admitted, looking at the towering mountains that seemed to rise directly out of the forest ahead. Someday it'll be over, though, and we'll be able to go home again. Cherek nodded and sighed once more. By the time they had entered the woods, Berek had regained his temper and his good spirits, and he set about placing the hunters, as if nothing had happened. He led Geryon through the calf-deep snow to a large tree some distance from the narrow sleigh track.
This is a good place. There's a game trail here, and the boars may use it to try to escape the noise of Torvik and his huntsmen. When one comes, brace yourself and hold your spear with its point aimed at its chest. They don't see very well, and he'll run full into your spear before he even knows it's there. After that, it's probably best to jump behind a tree. Sometimes the spear makes them very angry.
What if I miss?
I wouldn't do that. It's not a very good idea.
I didn't mean that I was going to do it on purpose. Will he try to get away from me, or what?
Sometimes they'll try to run, but I wouldn't count on it. More likely he'll try to split you up the middle with his tusks. At that point, it's usually a good idea to climb a tree.
I'll remember that.
I won't be very far away if you have trouble,
Berek promised, handing Geryon a pair of heavy spears. Then he trudged back to his sleigh, and they all galloped off, leaving Geryon standing alone under the large oak tree. It was shadowy among the dark tree trunks and bitingly cold. Geryon walked around a bit through the snow, looking for the best place to await the boar. The trail Berek had pointed out was a beaten path, winding back through the dark brush, and Geryon found the size of the tracks imprinted in the snow on the path alarmingly large. The oak tree, with low-spreading limbs, began to look very inviting, but he dismissed that thought angrily. He was expected to stand on the ground and meet the charge of the boar, and he decided that he would rather die than hide in a tree like a frightened child. The dry voice in his mind advised him that he spent far too much time worrying about things like that. Until he was grown, no one would consider him a man, so why should he go to all of the trouble of trying to seem brave, when it would not do any good anyway? The forest was very quiet now, and the snow muffled all sound. No birds sang, and there was only the occasional padded thump of snow sliding from the overloaded branches to the earth beneath. Geryon felt terribly alone. What was he doing here? What business had a good, sensible Sendarian boy here in the endless forest of Cherek, awaiting the charge of a savage wild pig with only a pair of unfamiliar spears for company? What had the pig ever done to him? He realized that he did not even particularly like the taste of pork. He was some distance from the beaten forest track along which their sleighs had passed, and he set his back to the oak tree, shivered, and waited. He didn't realize how long he had been listening to the sound when he became fully aware of it. It was not the stamping, squealing rush of a wild boar he had been expecting, but was rather the measured pace of several horses
moving slowly along the snow-carpeted floor of the forest, and it was coming from behind him. Cautiously, he eased his face around the tree. 3 riders, muffled in furs, emerged from the woods on the far side of the sleigh-churned track. They stopped and sat waiting. 2 of them were bearded warriors, little different from dozens of others Gerion had seen in King Anheg's palace. The 3rd man, however, had long, flaxen-colored hair and wore no beard. His face had the sullen, pampered look of a spoiled child, although he was a man of middle years, and he sat his horse disdainfully, as if the company of the other 2 somehow offended him. After a time, the sound of another horse came from near the edge of the forest. Almost holding his breath, Gerion waited. The other rider slowly approached the 3 who sat their horses in the snow at the edge of the trees. It was the sandy-bearded man in the green cloak whom Gerion had seen creeping through the passageways of King Anheg's palace 2 nights before.
"My lord,"
the green-cloaked man said deferentially as he joined the other 3. The flaxen-haired man demanded, "Where have you been?"
"Lord Beric took some of his guests on a boar hunt this morning. His route was the same as mine, and I didn't want to follow too closely."
The nobleman grunted sourly. "We saw them deeper in the wood. Well, what have you heard?"
"Oh, very little, my lord. The king's all meeting with the old man, and the woman in a guarded chamber. I can't get close enough to hear what they're saying."
"I'm paying you good gold to get close enough.
I'll have to know what they're saying. You go back to the palace and work out a way to hear what they're talking about." "I'll try, my lord,"
the green-cloaked man said, bowing somewhat stiffly. "You'll do more than try," the flaxen-haired man snapped.
"As you wish, my lord,"
the other said, starting to turn his horse. "Wait," the nobleman commanded. "Were you able to meet with our friend?"
"Your friend, my lord,"
the other corrected with distaste.
"I met him, and we went to a tavern and talked a little."
"What did he say?"
"Nothing very useful. His kind seldom do."
"Will he meet us as he said he would?"
"He told me that he would. If you want to believe him, that's your affair."
The nobleman ignored that. "Who arrived with the king of the Sindars?"
"The old man and the woman. Another old man, some Sindarian noble, I think. Lord Beric, and a weasel-faced Drasnian, and another Sindar. A commoner of some sort."
"That's all? Wasn't there a boy with them as well?" The spy shrugged.
"I didn't think the boy was important."
"He's there, then, in the palace?"
"He is, my lord. An ordinary Sindarian boy of about 14, I judge. He seems to be some kind of servant to the woman."
"Very well. Go back to the palace and get close enough to that chamber to hear what the kings and the old man are saying."
"That may be very dangerous, my lord."
"It'll be more dangerous if you don't. Now go, before that ape Beric comes back and finds you loitering here." He whirled his horse and, followed by his 2 warriors, plunged back into the forest on the far side of the snowy track that wound among the dark trees. The man in the green cloak sat grimly watching for a moment. Then he, too, turned his horse and rode back the way he had come. Gerion rose from his crouched position behind the tree. His hands were clenched so tightly around the shaft of his spear that they actually ached. This had gone entirely too far, he decided. The matter must be brought to someone's attention. And then, some way off in the snowy depths of the wood, he heard the sound of hunting horns and the steely clash of swords ringing rhythmically on shields. The huntsmen were coming, driving all of the beasts of the forest before them. He heard a crackling in the bushes, and a great stag bounded into view, his eyes wild with fright
and his antlers flaring above his head. With 3 huge leaps he was gone. Geryon trembled with excitement. Then there was a squealing rush, and a red-eyed sow plunged down the trail, followed by a half-dozen scampering piglets. Geryon stepped behind his tree and let them pass. The next squeals were deeper and rang less with fright than with rage. It was the boar. Geryon knew that before the beast even broke out of the heavy brush. When the boar appeared, Geryon felt his heart quail. This was no fat, sleepy porker, but rather a savage, infuriated beast. The horrid tusks jutting up past the flaring snout were yellow, and bits of twigs and bark clung to them, mute evidence that the boar would slash at anything in his path, trees, bushes, or a Sendarian boy without sense enough to get out of his way. Then a peculiar thing happened. As in the long-ago fight with Runderig, or in the scuffle with Brill's hirelings in the dark streets of Muros, Geryon felt his blood begin to surge, and there was a wild ringing in his ears. He seemed to hear a defiant shouted challenge, and could scarcely accept the fact that it came from his own throat. He suddenly realized that he was stepping into the middle of the trail and crouching with his spear braced and leveled at the massive beast. The boar charged, red-eyed and frothing from the mouth, with a deep-throated squeal of fury. He plunged at the waiting Geryon. The powdery snow sprayed up from his churning hooves like foam from the prow of a ship. The snow crystals seemed to hang in the air, sparkling in a single ray of sunlight that chanced just there to reach the forest floor. The shock as the boar hit the spear was frightful, but Geryon's aim was good. The broad-bladed spearhead penetrated the coarsely haired chest, and the white froth dripping from the boar's tusks suddenly became bloody foam. Geryon felt himself driven back by the impact, his feet slipping out from under him, and then the shaft of his spear snapped like a dry twig, and the boar was on him. The first slashing, upward, ripping blow of the boar's tusks took Geryon full in the stomach, and he felt the wind whoosh out of his lungs. The second slash caught his hip as he tried to roll, gasping, out of the way. His chainmail shirt deflected the tusks, saving him from being wounded, but the blows were stunning. The boar's third slash caught him in the back, and he was flung through the air and crashed into a tree. His eyes filled with shimmering light as his head banged against the rough bark. And then Barak was there, roaring and charging through the snow. But somehow it seemed not to be Barak. Geryon's eyes, glazed from the shock of the blow to his head, looked uncomprehendingly at something that could not be true. It was Barak. There could be no doubt of that. But it was also something else. Oddly, as if somehow occupying the same space as Barak, there was also a huge, hideous bear. The images of the two figures, crashing through the snow, were superimposed, their movements identical, as if in sharing the same space, they also shared the same thoughts. Huge arms grasped up the wriggling, mortally wounded boar, and crushed in upon it. Bright blood fountained from the boar's mouth, and the shaggy, half-man thing that seemed to be Barak, and something else at the same time, raised the dying pig and smashed it brutally to the ground. The man-thing lifted its awful face and roared in earth-shaking triumph as the light slid away from Geryon's eyes, and he felt himself drifting down into the gray well of unconsciousness. There was no way of knowing how much time passed until he came to in the sleigh. Silk was applying a cloth filled with snow to the back of his neck as they flew across the glaring white fields toward Val Alorn. "Yeah, I see that you've decided to live." Silk grinned at him. "Where's Barak?" Geryon mumbled groggily. "In the sleigh behind us," Silk said, glancing back. "Is he all right?" "What could hurt Barak?"
I mean, does he seem like himself?
Seems like Beric to me. No, boy, lie still now. Silk shrugged. That wild pig may have cracked your ribs. He placed his hands on Gerion's chest and gently held him down.
My boar? Gerion demanded weakly. Where is it?
The huntsmen are bringing it. You'll get your triumphal entry. If I might suggest it, however, you should give some thought to the virtue of constructive cowardice. These instincts of yours could shorten your life. But Gerion had already slipped back into unconsciousness. And then they were in the palace. And Beric was carrying him, and Aunt Paul was there, white-faced at the sight of all of the blood.
"It's not his,"
Beric assured her quickly.
"He speared a boar, and it bled on him while they were tussling. I think the boy's all right. A little rap on the head is all."
"Bring him," Aunt Paul said curtly, and led the way up the stairs toward Gerion's room. Later, with his head and chest wrapped and a foul-tasting cup of Aunt Paul's brewing making him light-headed and sleepy, Gerion lay in his bed listening as Aunt Paul finally turned on Beric.
"You great, overgrown dolt!" she raged. "Do you see what all your foolishness has done?"
"The lad's very brave,"
Beric said, his voice low and sunk in a kind of bleak melancholy.
"Brave doesn't interest me."
And then she stopped.
"What's the matter with you?"
She reached out suddenly and put her hands on the sides of the huge man's head. She looked for a moment into his eyes, and then slowly released him.
"Oh, it finally happened, I see."
"I could not control it, Belgariad,"
Beric said in misery.
"It will be all right, Beric,"
she said, gently touching his bowed head.
"It will never be all right again."
"Get some sleep. It won't seem so bad in the morning."
The huge man turned and quietly left the room. Gerion knew they were talking about the strange thing he had seen when Beric had rescued him from the boar, and he wanted to ask Aunt Paul about it. But the bitter drink she had given him pulled him down into a deep and dreamless sleep before he could put the words together to ask the question. Chapter 16. The next day, Gerion was so stiff and sore he couldn't even think about getting out of bed. A stream of visitors, however, kept him too occupied to think about his aches and pains. The visits from the Elorn kings in their splendid robes were particularly flattering, and each of them praised his courage. Then the queens came, and made a great fuss over his injuries, offering warm sympathy and gentle stroking touches to his forehead. The combination of praise, sympathy, and the certain knowledge that he was the absolute center of attention was overwhelming, and his heart was full. The last visitor of the day, however, was Mr. Wolf, who came when evening was creeping through the snowy streets of Val Alorn. The old man wore his usual tunic and cloak, and his hood was turned up as if he had been outside.
"Have you seen my boar, Mr. Wolf?"
Gerion asked proudly. "An excellent animal," Wolf said, though without much enthusiasm. "But didn't anyone tell you? It's customary to jump out of the way after the boar has been speared."
"I didn't really think about it," Gerion admitted. "But wouldn't that seem, well, cowardly?"
"Were you that concerned about what a pig might think of you?"
"Oh, well," Gerion faltered. "Not really, I guess."
"Oh, you're developing an amazing lack of good sense for one so young. It normally takes years and years to reach the point you seem to have arrived at overnight." He turned to Aunt Paul, who sat nearby. "Belgariad, are you quite certain that there's no hint of Erendish blood in our Gerion's background? He has been behaving most Erendish lately. First he rides the great maelstrom like a rocking horse, and then he tries to break a wild boar's tusks with his ribs. Are you sure you did not drop him on his head when he was a baby?" Aunt Paul smiled, but said nothing. "I hope you recover soon, boy, and try to give some thought to what I've said." Geryon sulked, mortally offended by Mr. Wolf's words. Tears welled up in his eyes, despite all of his efforts to control them. "I thank you for stopping by, Father," Aunt Paul said. "It's always a pleasure to call on you, my daughter," Wolf said, and then quietly left the room.
"Why did he have to talk to me like that?" Geryon burst out, wiping his nose. "Now he's gone and spoiled it all." "Spoiled what, dear?" Aunt Paul asked, smoothing the front of her gray dress. "All of it. The Kings all said I was very brave."
"Mm-hmm.
Kings say things like that. I wouldn't pay too much attention if I were you." "I was brave, wasn't I?" "I'm sure you were, dear. And I'm sure the pig was very impressed."
"You're just as bad as Mr. Wolf is," Geryon accused.
"Yes, dear. I suppose I probably am. But that's only natural. Now, what would you like for supper?"
"I'm not hungry."
"Oh, really? You probably need a tonic, then. I'll fix you one."
"I think I've changed my mind,"
Geryon said quickly. "I rather thought you might." And then, without explanation, she suddenly put her arms around him and held him close to her for a long time. "What am I going to do with you?" she said finally.
"I'm all right, Aunt Paul."
This time, perhaps," she said, taking his face between her hands. "It is a splendid thing to be brave, my Geryon. But try once in a while to think a little bit first. Promise me."
"All right, Aunt Paul," he said, a little embarrassed by all of this. Oddly enough, she still acted as if she really cared about him. The idea that there could still be a bond between them, even if they were not related, began to dawn on him. It could never be the same, of course, but at least it was something. He began to feel a little better about the whole thing. The next day he was able to get up. His muscles still ached a bit, and his ribs were somewhat tender, but he was young and was healing fast. About mid-morning he was sitting with Cherek in the great hall of Enheg's palace when the silvery-bearded Earl of Selene approached them.
"King Forek wonders if you would be so kind as to join us in the council chamber, goodman Cherek."
"Me, your honor?" Cherek asked incredulously.
"His Majesty is most impressed with your sensibility," the old man said. "He feels that you represent the very best of Sindarian practicality. What we face involves all men, not just the kings of the West. It is only proper that good, solid common sense be represented in our proceedings."
"I'll come at once, your honor," Cherek said, getting up quickly. "But you'll have to forgive me if I say very little." Geryon waited expectantly.
"We have all heard of your adventure, my boy,"
the Earl of Selene said pleasantly to Geryon.
To be young again. Coming, Cherek?"
"Lately, your honor," Cherek said, and the two of them made their way out of the great hall toward the council chamber. Geryon sat alone, wounded to the quick by his exclusion. He was at an age where his self-esteem was very tender, and inwardly he writhed at the lack of regard implicit in his not being invited to join them. Hurt and offended, he sulkily left the great hall and went to visit his boar, which hung in an ice-filled cooling room just off of the kitchen. At least the boar had taken him seriously. One could, however, spend only so much time in the company of a dead pig without becoming depressed. The boar did not seem nearly so big as he had when he was alive and charging, and the tusks were impressive, but neither so long nor so sharp as Geryon remembered them. Besides, it was cold in the cooling room, and sore muscles stiffened quickly in chilly places. There was no point in trying to visit Barak. The red-bearded man had locked himself in his chamber to brood in blackest melancholy, and refused to answer his door, even to his wife.
And so Geryon, left entirely on his own, moped about for a while and then decided that he might as well explore this vast palace with its dusty, unused chambers and dark, twisting corridors. He walked for what seemed hours, opening doors and following hallways that sometimes ended abruptly against blank stone walls. The palace of Anheg was enormous, having been, as Beric had explained, some 3,000 years and more in construction. One southern wing was so totally abandoned that its entire roof had fallen in centuries ago. Geryon wandered there for a time in the second-floor corridors of the ruin, his mind filled with gloomy thoughts of mortality and transient glory, as he looked into rooms where snow lay thickly on ancient beds and stools, and the tiny tracks of mice and squirrels ran everywhere. And then he came to an unroofed corridor where there were other tracks, those of a man. The footprints were quite fresh, for there was no sign of snow in them, and it had snowed heavily the night before. At first he thought the tracks might be his own, and that he had somehow circled and come back to a corridor he had already explored. But the footprints were much larger than his. There were a dozen possible explanations, of course, but Geryon felt his breath quicken. The man in the green cloak was still lurking about the palace. Ashrak the Murgo was somewhere in Valalorn, and the flaxen-haired nobleman was hiding somewhere in the forest with obviously unfriendly intentions. Geryon realized that the situation might be dangerous, and that he was unarmed except for his small dagger. He retraced his steps quickly to a snowy chamber he had just explored and took down a rusty sword from a peg where it had hung forgotten for uncountable years. Then, feeling a bit more secure, he returned to follow the silent tracks. So long as the path of the unknown intruder lay in that roofless and long-abandoned corridor, following him was simplicity itself. The undisturbed snow made tracking easy, but once the trail led over a heap of fallen debris and into the gaping blackness of a dusty corridor where the roof was still intact, things became a little more difficult. The dust on the floor helped, but it was necessary to do a great deal of stooping and bending over. Geryon's ribs and legs were still sore, and he winced and grunted each time he had to bend down to examine the stone floor. In a very short while he was sweating and gritting his teeth, and thinking about giving the whole thing up. Then he heard a faint sound, far down the corridor ahead. He shrank back against the wall, hoping that no light from behind him would filter dimly through to allow him to be seen. Far ahead, a figure passed stealthily through the pale light from a single tiny window. Geryon caught a momentary flicker of green, and he knew finally whom he was following. He kept close to the wall, and moved with cat-like silence in his soft leather shoes, the rusty sword gripped tightly in his hand. If it had not been for the startling nearness of the voice of the Earl of Saline, however, he would probably have walked directly into the man he had been following.
"Is it at all possible, noble Belgariad, that our enemy can be awakened before all the conditions of the ancient prophecy are met?"
Geryon stopped. Directly ahead of him, in a narrow embrasure in the wall of the corridor, he caught sight of a slight movement. The green-cloaked man lurked there, listening in the dimness to the words that seemed to come from somewhere beneath them. Geryon shrank back against the wall, scarcely daring to breathe. Carefully, he stepped backward until he found another embrasure, and drew himself into the concealing darkness.
"A most appropriate question, Belgariad,"
the quiet voice of Cherek of the Algars said.
"Can this apostate use the power now in his hands to revive the accursed one?"
"The power is there," the familiar voice of Mr. Wolf said, "but he might be afraid to use it. If it isn't done properly, the power will destroy him. He won't rush into such an act, and it's that
hesitation that gives us the little bit of time that we have." And then Silk spoke. "Didn't you say that he might want the thing for himself? Maybe he plans to leave his master in undisturbed slumber and use the power that he's stolen to raise himself as king in the lands of the Angaraks." King Rodor of Drasnia chuckled. "Somehow I don't see the Grolam priesthood so easily relinquishing their power in the lands of Angarak and bowing down to an outsider. The high priest of the Grolams is no mean sorcerer himself, I'm told."
"Forgive me, Rodar,"
King Onheg said,
"but if the power's in the thief's hands, the Grolams won't have any choice but to accept his dominion. I have studied the power of this thing, and if even half of what I've read is true, he can use it to rip down Raktal as easily as you'd kick apart an anthill. Then if they still resist, he could depopulate all of Khtormirgos from Rakgoska to the Tornedran border. No matter what, however, whether it's the apostate or the accursed one who eventually raises that power, the Angaraks will follow and they will come west."
"Shouldn't we inform the Errans and Tornedrans, and the Ulgos as well, about what's happened then?" Bran the Raven Warder asked. "Let's not be taken by surprise again."
"I wouldn't be in too much hurry to rouse our southern neighbors," Mr. Wolf said.
"When Paul and I leave here, we'll be moving south. If Arindia and Tornedra are mobilizing for war, the general turmoil would only hinder us. The Emperor's legions are soldiers. They can respond quickly when the need arises, and the Arens are always ready for war. The whole kingdom hovers on the brink of general warfare all of the time." "It's premature," Aunt Paul's familiar voice agreed. "Armies would just get in the way of what we are trying to do. If we can apprehend my father's old pupil and return the thing he pilfered to Reva, the crisis will be past. Let us not stir up the Southerners for nothing."
"She's right," the wolf said. "There's always a risk in mobilization. A king with an army on his hands usually starts to think of mischief. I'll advise the king of the Errans at Vomimbre and the emperor at Tolhonoth of as much as they need to know as I pass through. But we should get word through to the Gorum of Ulgo. Tohag, do you think you could get a messenger through to Prolgo at this time of the year?"
"It is hard to say, Ancient One,"
Tohag replied. "The passes into these mountains are difficult in the winter. I shall try, though." "Good. Beyond that, there's not much more we can do. For the time being, it might not be a bad idea to keep this matter in the family, so to speak. If worst comes to worst, and the Angaraks invade again, Aloria at least will be armed and ready. There will be a time for Arindia and the Empire to make their preparations."
King Folrak spoke then in a troubled voice.
"It was easy for the Alloan kings to talk of war. Alloans are warriors. But my Sendaria is a peaceful kingdom. We don't have castles or fortified keeps. My people are farmers and tradesmen. Kaltorak made a mistake when he chose the battlefield at Vomimbre. It's not likely that the Angaraks will make the same mistake again. I think they'll strike directly across the grasslands of northern Belgariad and fall upon Sendaria. We've got a lot of food and very few soldiers. Our country would provide an ideal base for a campaign in the west, and I'm afraid that we'd fall quite easily."
Then, to Garion's amazement, Dernick spoke.
"Don't cheapen the men of Sendaria so, Lord King," he said in a firm voice. "I knew my neighbours. They'll fight. We don't know very much about swords and lances, but we'll fight. If Angaraks come to Sendaria, they won't find the taking as easy as some might imagine. And if we put torches to the fields and storehouses, there won't be all that much food for them to eat either."
There was a long silence, and then Folrak spoke again in a voice strangely humble.
"Your words shame me, Goodman Dernick.
Maybe I've been king for so long that I've forgotten what it means to be a Sindar. One remembers that there are only a few passes leading through the western escarpment into Sindaria, Hetar, son of King Chohag, said quietly. A few avalanches in the right places could make Sindaria as inaccessible as the moon. If the avalanches took place at the right times, whole armies of Engaraks might find themselves trapped in those narrow corridors. Now, that is an entertaining thought, Silk chuckled. Then we could let Cherek put his incendiary impulses to a better use than burning turnip patches. Since Turak One-Eye seems to enjoy the smell of burning sacrifices so much, we might be able to accommodate him. Far down the dusty passageway in which he was hiding, Geryon caught the sudden flicker of a torch and heard the faint jingling of several mail shirts. He almost failed to recognize the danger until the last instant. The man in the green cloak also heard the sounds and saw the light of the torch. He stepped from his hiding place and fled back the way he had come, directly past the embrasure where Geryon had concealed himself. Geryon shrank back, clutching his rusty sword. But as luck had it, the man was looking back over his shoulder at the twinkling torch as he ran by on soft feet. As soon as he had passed, Geryon also slipped out of his hiding place and fled. The Cherek warriors were looking for intruders, and it might be difficult to explain what he was doing in the dark hallway. He briefly considered following the spy again, but decided that he had had enough of that for one day. It was time to tell someone about the things he had seen. Someone had to be told, someone to whom the kings would listen. Once he reached the more frequented corridors of the palace, he firmly began to make his way toward the chamber where Barak brooded in silent melancholy. Chapter 17. "Barak!" Geryon called through the door after he had knocked for several minutes without any answer.
"Go away!"
Barak's voice came thickly through the door.
"Barak, it's me, Geryon. I have to talk with you."
There was a long silence inside the room, and finally a slow movement. Then the door opened. Barak's appearance was shocking. His tunic was rumpled and stained. His red beard was matted, the long braids he usually wore were undone, and his hair was tangled. The haunted look in his eyes, however, was the worst. The look was a mixture of horror and self-loathing, so naked that Geryon was forced to avert his eyes.
"You saw it, didn't you, boy?"
Barak demanded.
"You saw what happened to me out there?"
"I didn't really see anything," Geryon said carefully. "I hit my head on that tree, and all I really saw were stars."
"You must have seen it. You must have seen my doom."
"Doom? What are you talking about? You're still alive."
"A doom doesn't always mean death,"
Barak said morosely, flinging himself into a large chair.
"I wish mine did. A doom is some terrible thing that's fated to happen to a man, and death's not the worst thing there is."
"You've just let the words of that crazy old blind woman take over your imagination."
"It is not only Martya. She's just repeating what everybody in Cherek knows. An augurer was called in when I was born. It is the custom here. Most of the time, the auguries don't show anything at all, and nothing special is going to happen during the child's life. But sometimes, the future lies so heavily on one of us that almost anyone can see the doom."
"Oh, that's just superstition. I've never seen any fortune-teller who could even tell for sure if it's going to rain tomorrow. One of them came to Faldor's farm once and told Cherek that he was going to die twice. Isn't that silly?"
"The augurers and soothsayers of Cherek have more skill,"
Barak said, his face still sunk in melancholy.
The doom they saw for me was always the same. I'm going to turn into a beast. I've had dozens of them tell me the same thing, and now it's happened. I've been sitting here for 2 days now, watching. The hair on my body is getting longer. My teeth are starting to get pointed.
You're imagining things. You look exactly the same to me as you always have.
Oh, you're a kind boy, Garion. I know you're just trying to make me feel better, but I've got eyes of my own. I know that my teeth are getting pointed, and my body's starting to grow fur. It won't be long until Onheg has to chain me up in his dungeon, so I won't be able to hurt anyone, or I'll have to run off into the mountains and live with the trolls.
Nonsense, Garion insisted.
Tell me what you saw the other day, Beric pleaded. What did I look like when I changed into a beast?
All I saw were stars, from banging my head on that tree, Garion said again, trying to make it sound true.
I just want to know what kind of a beast I'm turning into,
Beric said, his voice thick with self-pity.
Am I going to be a wolf or a bear or some kind of monster no one has even seen or had a name for?
Don't you remember anything at all about what happened? Garion asked carefully, trying to blot the strange double image of Beric and the bear out of his memory.
Nothing. I heard you shouting, and the next thing I remember was the boar lying dead at my feet, and you lying under that tree with his blood all over you. I could feel the beast in me, though. I could even smell him.
All you smelled was the boar. And all that happened was that you lost your head in all of the excitement.
Berserk, you mean? Beric said, looking up hope. Then he shook his head. No, Garion. I have been berserk before. It does not feel at all the same. This was completely different. He sighed.
You're not turning into a beast.
I know what I know, Beric said stubbornly.
And then Lady Merrill, Beric's wife, stepped into the room through the still open door. I see that my lord is recovering his wits.
Leave me alone, Merrill, Beric said. I'm not in the mood for these games of yours.
Games, my lord? She said innocently. I am simply concerned about my duties. If my lord is unwell, I am obliged to care for him. That is a wife's right, isn't it?
Quit worrying so much about rights and duties, Merrill. Just go away. Leave me alone.
My lord was quite insistent about certain rights and duties on the night of his return to Val Alon. Not even the locked door of my bedchamber was enough to curb his insistence.
All right, Beric said, flushing slightly. I am sorry about that. I had hoped that things had changed between us. I was wrong. I won't bother you again.
Bother, my lord? A duty is not a bother. A good wife is obliged to submit whenever her husband requires it of her, no matter how drunk or brutal he may be when he comes to her bed. No one will ever be able to accuse me of laxity in that regard.
You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Enjoying what, my lord? Her voice was light, but with a cutting edge to it.
What do you want, Merrill?
I want to serve my lord in his illness. I want to care for him and watch the progress of his disease, each symptom as it appears.
Do you hate me that much? Beric asked with heavy contempt. Be careful, Merrill. I might take it into my head to insist that you stay with me. How would you like that? How would you like to be locked in this room with a raging beast.
If you grow unmanageable, my lord, I can always have you chained to the wall, she suggested, meeting his enraged glare with cool unconcern. Beric, Geryon said uncomfortably, I have to talk to you?
Not now, Geryon.
It's important. There's a spy in the palace.
A spy?
A man in a green cloak. I've seen him several times. Many men wear green cloaks, Lady Merrill said.
Stay out of this, Merrill.
He turned toward Geryon.
What makes you think he is a spy?
I saw him again this morning, and I followed him. He was sneaking along a corridor that nobody seems to use. It passes above the hall where the kings are meeting with Mr. Wolfe and Aunt Paul. He could hear every word they said. How do you know what he could hear? Merrill asked, her eyes narrowing. I was up there too. I hid not far from him, and I could hear them myself, almost as if I were in the same room with them.
What does he look like?
He has sandy-colored hair, and a beard, and as I said, he wears a green cloak. I saw him the day we went down to look at your ship. He was going into a tavern with a Murgo. There aren't any Murgos in Val Alorn. There's one. I've seen him before. I know who he is.
He had to move around the subject carefully. The compulsion not to speak about his dark-robed enemy was as strong as always. Even the hint he had given made his tongue seem stiff, and his lips numb.
Who is he?
Beric demanded. Geryon ignored the question. And then, on the day of the boar hunt, I saw him in the forest.
The Murgo?
No, the man in the green cloak. He met some men there. They talked for a while, not far from where I was waiting for the boar to come. They didn't see me.
There's nothing suspicious about that. A man can meet with his friends anywhere he likes.
I don't think they were friends exactly. The one in the green cloak called one of the other men my lord, and that one was giving him orders to get close enough so that he could hear what Mr. Wolfe and the kings were saying.
That's more serious,
Beric said, seeming to forget his melancholy.
Did they say anything else?
The flaxen-haired man wanted to know about us, Geryon said. You, me, Dernick, Silk, all of us. Flaxen-colored hair? Merrill asked quickly. The one he called my lord. He seemed to know about us. He even knew about me. Long, pale-colored hair? No beard? A little older than Beric?
It couldn't be him. Anheg banished him on pain of death.
You're a child, Beric. He'd ignore that if it suited him. I think we'd better tell Anheg about this. Do you know him? Some of the things he said about Beric weren't very polite. I can imagine, Merrill said ironically. Beric was one of those who said that he ought to have his head removed.
Beric was already pulling on his mail shirt.
Fix your hair, Merrill told him in a tone that, oddly, had no hint of her former rancor in it. You look like a haystack.
I can't stop to fool at that now, Beric said impatiently. Come along, both of you. We'll go to Anheg at once.
There was no time for any further questions, since Geryon and Merrill almost had to run to keep up with Beric. They swept through the great hall, and startled warriors scrambled out of their way after one look at Beric's face.
"Hello, Beric," one of the guards at the door of the council hall greeted the huge man.
"One side,"
Beric commanded, and flung open the door with a crash. King Anheg looked up, startled at the sudden interruption.
"Welcome, cousin."
"Treason, Anheg. The Earl of Yarvik has broken his banishment, and he has set spies on you in your own palace."
"Yarvik?" Anheg said.
"He wouldn't dare." "He dared, all right. He's been seen not far from Val Erlorn, and some of his plotting has been overheard."
"Who is this Yarvik?" the Raven Warder asked.
"An earl I banished last year," Anheg said. "One of his men was stopped, and we found a message on him. The message was to our Murgo in Sandaria, and it gave the details of one of our most secret councils. Yarvik tried to deny that the message was his. even though it had his own seal on it, and his strong room bulged with red gold from the mines of Cormugos. I'd have had his head on a pole, but his wife's a kinswoman of mine, and she begged for his life. I banished him to one of his estates on the west coast instead." He looked at Berak. "How did you find out about this? Last I heard, you had locked yourself in your room and would not talk to anybody."
"My husband's words are true, Anheg," Lady Merrill said, in a voice ringing with challenge.
"I don't doubt him, Merrill," Anheg said, looking at her with a faintly surprised expression. "I just wanted to know how he learned about Yarvik, that's all."
"This boy from Sindaria saw him, and heard him talk to his spy. I heard the boy's story myself, and I stand behind what my husband has said. If anyone here dares to doubt him—" "Garion?" Aunt Paul said, startled.
"May I suggest that we hear from the lad?" Cohag of the Algar said quietly. "A nobleman with a history of friendship for the Murgos, who chooses this exact moment to break his banishment, concerns us all, I think."
"Tell them what you told Merrill and me, Garion,"
Berak ordered, pushing Garion forward.
"Your Majesty," Garion said, bowing awkwardly, "I've seen a man in a green cloak hiding here in your palace several times since we came here. He creeps along the passageways and takes a lot of trouble not to be seen. I saw him the first night we were here, and the next day I saw him going into a tavern in the city with the Murgo. Berak says there aren't any Murgos in Cherek, but I know that the man he was with was a Murgo."
"How do you know?"
Anheg asked shrewdly.
Garion looked at him helplessly, unable to say Ashrak's name.
"Well, boy?"
King Rodar asked. Garion struggled with the words, but nothing would come out.
"Maybe you know this Murgo?"
Silk suggested. Garion nodded, relieved that someone could help him.
"You wouldn't know many Murgos," Silk said, rubbing his nose with one finger. "Was it the one we met in Darin, perhaps, and later in Muros? The one known as Asherak?"
Garion nodded again.
"Why didn't you tell us?"
I couldn't," Garion stammered.
"Couldn't?"
"The words wouldn't come out. I don't know why, but I've never been able to talk about him."
"Ah, then you have seen him before," Silk said.
"Yes."
"And you've never told anybody?"
"No."
Silk glanced quickly at Aunt Paul. "Is this the sort of thing you might know more about than we would, Bulgara?" She nodded slowly.
"It's possible to do it. It's never been very reliable, so I don't bother with it myself. It is possible, however."
Her expression grew grim. "The Grolums think it's impressive," Mr. Wolf said. "Grolums are easily impressed."
"Come with me, Garion," Aunt Paul said.
"Not yet," said Wolf.
"This is important," she said, her face hardening.
"You can do it later. Let's hear the rest of his story first. The damage has already been done. Go ahead, Garion. What else did you see?"
Garion took a deep breath. "All right," he said, relieved to be talking to the old man instead of the kings. "I saw the man in the green cloak again that day we all went hunting. He met in the forest with a yellow-haired man who doesn't wear a beard. They talked for a while, and I could hear what they were saying. The yellow-haired man wanted to know what all of you were saying in this hall."
"You should have come to me immediately," King Anheg said.
"Well, anyway, I had that fight with the wild boar. I hit my head against a tree and was stunned. I didn't remember what I'd seen until this morning, after King Folrak called Dernick here. I went exploring. I was in a part of the palace where the roof is all fallen in, and they found some footprints. I followed them, and then after a while I saw the man in the green cloak again. That was when I remembered all of this. I followed him, and he went along a corridor that passes somewhere over the top of this hall. He hid up there and listened to what you were saying."
"How much do you think he could hear, Garion?"
King Cohag asked. You were talking about somebody called the apostate, and you were wondering if he could use some power of some kind to awaken an enemy who's been asleep for a long time. Some of you thought you ought to warn the Erins and the Tonedrins, but Mr. Wolf didn't think so, and Dernick talked about how the men of Sindaria would fight if the Angarax came.
They appeared startled.
I was hiding not far from the man in the green cloak. I'm sure he could hear everything that I could. Then some soldiers came, and the man ran away. That's when I decided that I ought to tell Barak about all of this.
Up there,
Silk said, standing near one of the walls and pointing at a corner of the ceiling of the hall.
The mortars crumbled away. The sound of our voices carries right up through the cracks between the stones into the upper corridor.
"This is a valuable boy you've brought with you, Lady Belgariad," King Rodar said gravely. "If he's looking for a profession, I think I might find a place for him. Gathering information is a rewarding occupation, and he seems to have certain natural gifts along those lines."
"He has some other gifts as well," said Aunt Paul. "He seems to be very good at turning up in places where he's not supposed to be."
"Don't be too hard on the boy, Belgariad," King Anheg said. "He has done us a service that we may never be able to repay."
Gerion bowed again and retreated from Aunt Paul's steady gaze.
"Cousin," Anheg said then to Beric, "it seems that we have an unwelcome visitor somewhere in the palace. I think I'd like to have a little talk with this lurker in the green cloak." "I'll take a few men," Beric said grimly. "We'll turn your palace upside down, and we will shake it, and see what falls out."
"I'd like to have him more or less intact," Anheg cautioned.
"Of course. Not too intact, however. As long as he's still able to talk, he will serve our purposes." Beric grinned. "I'll make sure that he's talkative when I bring him to you, cousin."
A bleak, answering grin touched Anheg's face, and Beric started toward the door. Then Anheg turned to Beric's wife.
"I'd like to thank you also, Lady Merrill. I'm sure you had a significant part in bringing this to us."
"I don't need your thanks, Majesty. It was my duty."
Anheg sighed. "Must it always be duty, Merrill?"
"What else is there?"
"A very great deal, actually. But you are going to have to find that out for yourself."
"Gerion," Aunt Paul said, "come here." "Yes, ma'am," Gerion said, and went to her a little nervously. "Don't be silly, dear. I'm not going to hurt you." She put her fingertips lightly to his forehead.
"Well?"
Mr. Wolf asked.
"It's there. It's very light, or I would have noticed it before. I'm sorry, Father."
"Let's see," Wolf said.
He came over and also touched Gerion's head with his hand.
It's not serious."
"It could have been, and it was my responsibility to see that something like this did not happen."
"Don't flog yourself about it, Paul. It's very unbecoming. Just get rid of it."
"What's the matter?" Gerion asked, alarmed. "It's nothing to worry about, dear," Aunt Paul said. She took his right hand and touched it for a moment to the white lock of her brow. Gerion felt a surge, a welter of confused impressions, and then a tingling wrench behind his ears. A sudden dizziness swept over him, and he would have fallen if Aunt Paul had not caught him. "Who is the Murgo?" she asked, looking into his eyes. "His name is Cherek," Gerion said promptly. "How long have you known him?" "All my life. He used to come to Faldor's farm and watch me when I was little."
"That's enough for now, Paul. Let him rest a little first. I'll fix him something to keep it from happening again."
"Is the boy ill?" King Cohag asked.
"It's not exactly an illness, Cohag," Mr. Wolf replied. "It's a little hard to explain. It's cleared up now, though."
"I want you to go to your room, Gerion," Aunt Paul said, still holding him by the shoulders. "Are you steady enough on your feet to get there by yourself?" "I'm all right,"
he said, still feeling a little light-headed. "No side trips, no more exploring." "No, ma'am. When you get there, lie down. I want you to think back and remember every single time you have seen this Murgo, what he did, what he said. He's never spoken to me. He just watched. I'll be along in a little while, and I'll want you to tell me everything you know about him. It's important, Geryon, so concentrate as hard as you can." "All right, Aunt Paul." Then she kissed him lightly on the forehead. "Run along now, dear." Feeling strangely light-headed, Geryon went to the door and out into the corridor. He passed through the great hall where Anheg's warriors were belting on swords and picking up vicious-looking battle-axes in preparation for the search of the palace. Still bemused, he went through without stopping. Part of his mind seemed half asleep, but that secret inner part was wide awake. The dry voice observed that something significant had just happened. The powerful compulsion not to speak about Cherek was obviously gone. Aunt Paul had somehow pulled it out of his mind entirely. His feeling about that was oddly ambiguous. That strange relationship between himself and the dark-robed, silent Cherek had always been intensely private, and now it was gone. He felt vaguely empty and somehow violated. He sighed, and went up the broad stairway toward his room. There were a half-dozen warriors in the hallway outside his room, probably part of Barak's search for the man in the green cloak. Geryon stopped. Something was wrong, and he shook off his half-daze. This part of the palace was much too populated to make it very likely that the spy would be hiding here. His heart began racing, and step by step he began to back away toward the top of the stairs he had just climbed. The warriors looked like any other Chereks in the palace, bearded, dressed in helmets, mail shirts, and furs. But something didn't seem exactly right. A bulky man in a dark hooded cloak stepped through the doorway of Geryon's room into the corridor. It was Cherek. The Murgo was about to say something, but then his eyes fell on Geryon. "Ah," he said softly. His dark eyes gleamed in his scarred face. "I have been looking for you, Geryon," he said in that same soft voice. "Come here, boy." Geryon felt a tentative tug at his mind that seemed to slip away, as if it somehow could not get a sure grip. He shook his head mutely and continued to back away. "Come along now," Cherek said. "We have known each other far too long for this. Do as I say. You know that you must." The tug became a powerful grasp that again slipped away. "Come here, Geryon," Cherek commanded harshly. Geryon kept backing away step by step. "No!" Cherek's eyes blazed, and he drew himself up angrily. This time it was not a tug or a grasp, but a blow. Geryon could feel the force of it, even as it somehow seemed to miss or be deflected. Cherek's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed. "Who did this?" he demanded. Belgarath. It won't do any good, Geryon. I had you once. I can take you again any time I want to. You're not strong enough to refuse me." Geryon looked at his enemy and answered out of some need for defiance. "Maybe I'm not, but I think you'll have to catch me first." Cherek turned quickly to his warriors. "That's the boy I want. Take him." Smoothly, almost as if it were done without thought, one of the warriors raised his bow and leveled an arrow directly at Geryon. Cherek swung his arm quickly and knocked the bow aside, just as the steel-pointed shaft was loosed. The arrow sang in the air and clattered against the stones of the wall a few feet to Geryon's left. "Alive, idiot!" Cherek snarled, and struck the bowman a crushing blow to the side of the head. The bowman fell, twitching to the stone floor. Geryon spun, dashed back to the stairs, and plunged down, 3 steps at a time. He did not bother to look back. The sound of heavy feet told him that Cherek and his men were after him. At the bottom of the stairs he turned sharply to the left and fled down a long, dark passageway that led back into the maze of Anheg's palace.
Chapter 18. There were warriors everywhere, and the sounds of fighting. In the first instant of his flight, Geryon's plan had been simple. All he had to do was to find some of Barak's warriors, and he would be safe. But there were other warriors in the palace as well. The Earl of Cherek had led a small army into the palace by way of the ruined wings to the south, and fighting raged in the corridors. Geryon quickly realized that there was no way he could distinguish friend from enemy. To him, one Cherek warrior looked the same as another. Unless he could find Barak or someone else he recognized, he did not dare reveal himself to any of them. The frustrating knowledge that he was running from his friends as well as his enemies added to his fright. It was altogether possible, even quite likely, that he would run from Barak's men directly into the arms of Jarvix. The most logical thing to do would be to go directly back to the council hall. But in his haste to escape from Cherek, he had run down so many dim passageways and turned so many corners that he had no idea where he was or how to get back to the familiar parts of the palace. His headlong flight was dangerous. Cherek or his men could wait around any corner to seize him, and he knew that the Murgo could quickly re-establish that strange bond between them that Aunt Paul had shattered with her touch. It was that which had to be avoided at any cost. Once Cherek had him again, he would never let go. The only alternative to him was to find some place to hide. He dodged into another narrow passageway and stopped, panting, and with his back pressed tightly against the stones of the wall. Dimly, at the far end of this hallway, he could see a narrow flight of worn stone steps twisting upward into the flickering light of a single torch. He quickly reasoned that the higher he went, the less likely he would be to encounter anyone. The fighting would most likely be concentrated on the lower floors. He took a deep breath and went swiftly to the foot of the stairs. Halfway up he saw the flaw in his plan. There were no side passages on the stairs, no way to escape, and no place to hide. He had to get to the top quickly, or chance discovery and capture. Or even worse.
"Boy!"
A shout came from below. Geryon looked quickly over his shoulder. A grim-faced Cherek in mail and helmet was coming up the stairs behind him, his sword drawn. Geryon started to run, stumbling up the stairs. There was another shout from above, and Geryon froze. The warrior at the top was as grim as the one below, and wielded a cruel-looking axe. He was trapped between them. Geryon shrank back against the stones, fumbling for his dagger, though he knew it would be of little use. Then the two warriors saw each other. With ringing shouts they both charged. The one with the sword rushed up past Geryon, while the one with the axe lunged down. The axe swung wide, missed, and clashed a shower of sparks from the stones of the wall. The sword was more true. With his hair standing on end in horror, Geryon saw it slide through the downward plunging body of the axeman. The axe fell clattering down the stairs, and the axeman, still falling on top of his opponent, pulled a broad dagger from its sheath at his hip and drove it into the chest of his enemy. The impact as the two men came together tore them from their feet, and they tumbled, still grappling together down the stairs, their daggers flashing as each man struck again and again. In helpless horror, Geryon watched as they rolled and crashed past him, their daggers sinking into each other with sickening sounds, blood spurting from their wounds like red fountains. Geryon retched once, clenched his teeth tightly,
and ran up the stairs, trying to close his ears to the awful sounds coming from below, as the two dying men continued their horrid work on each other. He no longer even considered stealth. He simply ran, fleeing more from that hideous encounter on the stairs than from Cherek or the Earl of Yarvik. At last, after how long he could not have said, gasping and winded, he plunged through the partially open door of a dusty, unused chamber. He pushed the door shut and stood trembling with his back against it. There was a broad, sagging bed against one wall of the room, and a small window set high in the same wall. 2 broken chairs leaned wearily in the corners, and an empty chest. Its lid open in a third, and that was all. The chamber was at least a place out of the corridors where savage men were killing each other, but Geryon quickly realized that the seeming safety here was an illusion. If anyone opened this door, he would be trapped. Desperately, he began to look around the dusty room. Hanging on the bare wall across from the bed were some drapes, and thinking that they might conceal some closet or adjoining chamber, Geryon crossed the room and pulled them aside. There was an opening behind the drapes, though it did not lead into another room, but instead into a dark, narrow hall. He peered into the passageway, but the darkness was so total that he could only see a short distance into it. He shuddered at the thought of groping through that blackness, with armed men pounding along at his heels. He glanced up at the single window, and then dragged the heavy chest across the room to stand on it, so that he could see out. Perhaps he might be able to see something from the window that would give him some idea of his location. He climbed up on the chest, stood on his tiptoes, and looked out. Towers loomed here and there amid the long slate roofs of the endless galleries and halls of King Anheg's palace. It was hopeless. He saw nothing that he could recognize. He turned back toward the chamber, and was about to jump down from the chest when he stopped suddenly. There, clearly in the dust which lay heavily on the floor, were his footprints. He hopped quickly down and grabbed up the bolster from the long, unused bed. He spread it out on the floor and dragged it around the room, erasing the footprints. He knew that he could not completely conceal the fact that someone had been in the room, but he could obliterate the footprints which, because of their size, would immediately make it obvious to Cherek or any of his men that whoever had been hiding here was not yet full grown. When he finished, he tossed the bolster back onto the bed. The job was not perfect, but at least it was better than it had been. Then there was a shout in the corridor outside, and the ring of steel on steel. Geryon took a deep breath and plunged into the dark passageway behind the drapes. He had gone no more than a few feet when the darkness in the narrow passage became absolute. His skin crawled at the touch of the cobwebs on his face, and the dust of years rose chokingly from the uneven floor. At first he moved quite rapidly, wanting more than anything to put as much distance between himself and the fighting in the corridor as possible. But then he stumbled, and for one heart-stopping instant it seemed that he would fall. The picture of a steep stairway dropping down into the blackness flashed through his mind, and he realized that at his present pace there would be no possible way to catch himself. He began to move more cautiously, one hand on the stones of the wall, and the other in front of his face to ward off the cobwebs which hung thickly from the low ceiling. There was no sense of time in the dark, and it seemed to Geryon that he had been groping for hours in this dark hallway that appeared to go on forever. Then, despite his care, he ran full into a rough stone wall. He felt a moment of panic. Did the passageway just end here? Was it a trap? Then, flickering at one corner of his vision, he saw dim light. The passageway did not end, but rather made a sharp turn to the right. There seemed to be a light at the far end, and Geryon gratefully followed it. As the light grew stronger, he moved more rapidly, and soon he reached the spot that was the source of the light. It was a narrow slot low in the wall. Geryon knelt on the dusty stones and peered out. The hall below was enormous, and a great fire burned in a pit in the center, with the smoke rising to the openings in the vaulted roof which lofted even above the place where Geryon was. Though it looked much different from up here, he immediately recognized King Anheg's throne room. As he looked down, he saw the gross shape of King Rodar and the smaller form of King Kohag, with the ever-present Hetar standing behind him. Some distance from the thrones, King Folrak stood in conversation with Mr. Wolf, and nearby was Aunt Paul. Barak's wife was talking with Queen Eilina, and the Queen Porin and Queen Silar stood not far from them. Silk paced the floor nervously, glancing now and then at the heavily guarded doors. Geryon felt a surge of relief. He was safe. He was about to call down to them when the great door banged open, and King Anheg, mail-shirted and with his sword in his hand, strode into the hall, closely followed by Barak and the Raven Warder, holding between them the struggling form of the flaxen-haired man Geryon had seen in the forest on the day of the boar hunt.
"This treason will cost you dearly, Yarvik,"
Anheg said, grimly, over his shoulder as he strode toward the throne.
"Is it over, then?"
"Soon, Belgara. My men are chasing the last of Yarvik's brigands, in the first that reaches of the palace. If we had not been warned, it might have gone quite differently, though."
Geryon, his shout still hovering just behind his lips, decided at the last instant to stay silent, for a few more moments. King Anheg sheathed his sword, and took his place on his throne.
"We will talk for a bit, Yarvik, before what must be done is done."
The flaxen-haired man gave up his hopeless struggle against Barak and the almost equally powerful Brand.
"I don't have anything to say, Anheg. If the luck had gone differently,
I'd be sitting on your throne right now.
I took my chance, and that's the end of it."
"Not quite. I want the details. You might as well tell me. One way or another, you are going to talk."
"Oh, do your worst, then," Yarvik sneered.
"I'll bite my own tongue before I tell you anything."
We will see about that,"
Anheg said grimly.
"That won't be necessary, Anheg,"
Aunt Paul said, walking slowly toward the captive.
"There's an easier way to persuade him."
"I'm not going to say anything. I am a warrior, and I am not afraid of you, witch woman."
"You're a greater fool than I thought, Lord Yarvik."
"Would you rather I did it, Paul?" said Mr. Wolf.
"I can manage it, father."
She said it, not taking her eyes off of Yarvik.
"Carefully," the old man cautioned. "Sometimes you go to extremes. Just a little touch is enough."
"I know what I'm doing, old wolf."
She stared full into the captive's eyes. Geryon, still hidden, held his breath. The Earl began to sweat and tried desperately to pull his eyes away from Aunt Paul's gaze, but it was hopeless. Her will commanded him, locking his eyes. He trembled and his face grew pale. She made no move, no gesture, but merely stood before him, her eyes burning into his brain. And then, after a moment, he screamed, and he screamed again, and collapsed, his weight sagging down in the hands of the two men who held him.
"Take it away,"
he whimpered, shuddering uncontrollably.
"I'll talk, but please take it away."
Silk, now lounging near Anheg's throne, looked at Hetar. I do wonder what he saw.
"I think it might be better not to know,"
Hetar replied. Queen Eilina had watched intently, as if hoping to gain some hint of how the trick was done. She winced visibly when Yarvik screamed, pulling her own eyes away.
"All right, Yarvik,"
Anheg said, his tone strangely subdued now.
"Begin at the beginning. I want it all."
"It was a little thing at first,"
Yarvik said, his voice shaking.
"There didn't seem to be any harm in it."
"There never does," said Brand. The Earl drew in a deep breath, glanced once at Aunt Paul, and shuddered again. Then he straightened. It started about 2 years ago. I had sailed to Kotu and Drasnia. I met a Nadrak merchant named Greshno there. He seemed to be a good enough fellow, and after we'd gotten to know each other, he asked me if I'd be interested in a profitable venture. I told him that I was an earl, and not a common merchant or tradesman, but he persisted. He said he was nervous about the pirates who live on the islands in the Gulf of Cherek, and an earl's ship manned by armed warriors was not likely to be attacked. His cargo was a single chest, not very large. I think it was some jewels he had managed to smuggle past the customs houses in Bakhtar, and he wanted them delivered to Darin in Sandaria. I said I wasn't really interested, but then he opened his purse and poured out that gold. The gold was bright red, I remember, and I couldn't seem to take my eyes off of it. I did need money. Well, who doesn't, after all? And I really couldn't see any dishonor in doing what he asked. Anyway, I carried him and his cargo to Darin, and met his associate, a Murgo named Cherek. Geryon started at the name, and he heard Silk's low whistle of surprise. As we had agreed, Cherek paid me a sum equal to what Grashwa had given me, and I came away from the affair with a whole pouch of gold. Cherek told me that I'd done them a great favor, and that if I ever needed more gold, he would be happy to find ways for me to earn it. I now had more gold than I'd ever had at one time before, but it somehow seemed it wasn't enough. For some reason, I felt I needed more.
It is the nature of Engerek gold, Mr. Wolf said. It calls to its own. The more one has, the more it comes to possess him. That's why Murgos are so lavish with it. Cherek was not buying your services, Javik. He was buying your soul. Javik nodded, his face gloomy. At any rate, it wasn't long before I found an excuse to sail to Darin again. Cherek told me that since Murgos are forbidden to enter Cherek, he had developed a great curiosity about us and our kingdom. He asked me many questions, and he gave me gold for every answer. It seemed to me to be a foolish way to spend money, but I gave him the answers and took his gold. When I came back to Cherek, I had another pouch full. I went to Jarvik's home, and put the new gold with what I already had. I saw that I was a rich man, and I still had not done anything dishonorable. But now it seemed that there wasn't enough hours in the day. I spent all of the time locked in my strong room, counting my gold, over and over, polishing it until it gleamed red as blood, and filling my ears with the sound of its tinkling. But after a while, it seemed I didn't really have very much. And so I went back to Cherek. He said he was still curious about Cherek, and that he'd like to know Anheg's mind. He told me that he would give me as much gold as I already had if I sent him word of what he has said in the high councils here in the palace for a year. At first I said no, because I knew it would be dishonorable. But then he showed me the gold, and I could not say no any more. From where he watched, Geryon could see the expressions of those in the hall below. Their faces had a curious mingling of pity and contempt, as Jarvik's story continued. It was then, Anheg, that your men captured one of my messengers, and I was banished to Jarvik's home. At first I did not mind. I could still play with my gold. But again it wasn't long before it seemed I didn't have enough. I sent a fast ship through the board to Darin with a message to Cherek, begging him to find something else for me to do to earn more gold. When the ship came back,
Cherek was aboard her, and we sat down and talked about what I could do to increase my hoard.
You are doubly a traitor then, Yarvik,
Unheg said in a voice that was almost sad.
You have betrayed me, and you have broken the oldest law in Cherek. No Angarak has set foot on this soil since the days of Bare Shoulders himself.
Yarvik shrugged.
I didn't really care by then. Cherek had a plan, and it seemed like a good one to me. If we could get through the city a few at a time, we could hide an army in the ruined southern wings of the palace. With surprise and a bit of luck, we could kill Anheg and the other Alorn kings, and I could take the throne of Cherek, and maybe of all Aloria as well.
And what was Cherek's price?
The wolf demanded, his eyes narrowing. What did he want in return for making you king?
A thing so small that I laughed when he told me what he wanted. But he said that he'd not only give me the crown, but a room full of gold if I would get it for him.
What was it?
He said that there was a boy, about 14, in the party of King Fulrek of Sindaria. He told me that as soon as that boy was delivered to him, he would give me more gold than I could count, and the throne of Cherek as well.
King Fulrek looked startled.
The boy Garion? Why would Cherek want him?
Aunt Paul's single frightened gasp carried even up to where Garion was concealed.
"Cherek!"
she said in a ringing voice. But Cherek was already on his feet and racing toward the door, with Silk close behind him. Aunt Paul spun with eyes blazing, and the white lock at her brow almost incandescent in the midnight of her hair. The Earl of Yarvik flinched as her glare fell on him.
"If anything has happened to the boy, Yarvik, men will tremble at the memory of your fate for 1,000 years."
It had gone far enough. Garion was ashamed, and a little frightened, by the fury of Aunt Paul's reaction.
"I'm all right, Aunt Paul,"
he called down to her through the narrow slot in the wall.
"I'm up here." "Garion?"
She looked up, trying to see him.
"Where are you?"
"Up here, near the ceiling, behind the wall."
"How did you get up there?"
"I don't know. Some men were chasing me, and I ran. This is where I ended up."
"Come down here at once."
"I don't know how, Aunt Paul. I ran so far and took so many turns that I don't know how to get back. I'm lost."
"All right,"
she said, regaining her composure.
"Stay where you are.
We'll think of a way to get you down."
"I hope so."
Chapter 19.
"Well, it has to come out someplace,"
King Anheg said, squinting up toward the spot where Garion waited nervously.
"All he has to do is follow it."
"And walk directly into the arms of Cherek the Murgo. He's better off staying where he is."
Cherek is fleeing for his life. He's nowhere in the palace now.
"As I recall, he's not even supposed to be in the kingdom,"
Aunt Paul said pointedly.
"All right, Paul,"
Mr. Wolf said. He called up, "Garion, which way does the passage run?"
"It seems to go on toward the back of the hall where the thrones are. I can't tell for sure if it turns off or not. It's pretty dark up here."
"We'll pass you a couple of torches. Set one at the spot where you are now, and then go on down the passage with the other. As long as you can see the first one, you will be going in a straight line."
"That's very clever," said Silk. "I wish I were 7,000 years old, so I could solve problems so easily."
Wolf let that pass.
"I still think the safest way would be to get some ladders and break a hole in the wall,"
Beric said. King Unheg looked pained.
"Couldn't we try Belgarad's suggestion first?"
Beric shrugged.
"You're the king."
"Thank you." Anheg said dryly. A warrior fetched a long pole, and 2 torches were passed up to Geryon.
If the line of the passageway holds straight, he should come out somewhere in the royal apartments, said Anheg.
Interesting, King Rodar said with one raised eyebrow. It would be most enlightening to know if the passage led to the royal chambers, or from them.
It is entirely possible that the passageway is just some long-forgotten escape route,
Anheg said in an injured tone.
Our history, after all, has not been all that peaceful. There's no need to suspect the worst, is there?
Oh, of course not, King Rodar said blandly. No need at all. Geryon set one of the torches beside the slot in the wall, and followed the dusty passageway, looking back often to be sure that the torch was still in plain sight. Eventually he came to a narrow door which opened into the back of an empty closet. The closet was attached to a splendid-looking bedchamber, and outside there was a broad, well-lighted corridor. Several warriors were coming down the corridor, and Geryon recognized Torvik, the huntsman, among them. "Here I am," he said, stepping out with a surge of relief.
"You've been busy, haven't you?"
Torvik said with a grin.
"Well, it wasn't my idea. Well, let's get you back to King Anheg. The lady, your aunt, seems concerned about you."
"Well, she's angry with me, I suppose," Geryon said, falling into step beside the broad-shouldered man.
"More than likely. Women are almost always angry with us for one reason or another. It's one of the things you'll have to get used to as you get older."
Aunt Paul was waiting at the door to the throne room. There were no reproaches, not as yet, at any rate. For one brief moment she clasped him fiercely to her, and then looked at him gravely. "We've been waiting for you, dear," she said almost calmly. Then she led him to where the others waited.
"In my grandmother's quarters, you say?"
Anheg was talking to Torvik.
"What an astonishing thing. I remember her as a crotchety old lady who walked with a cane."
"Oh, no one's born old, Anheg," King Rodar said with a sly look. "I'm sure there are many explanations, Anheg," Queen Porin said. "My husband is just teasing you."
"One of the men looked into the passage, Your Majesty,"
Torvik said tactfully.
"The dust is very thick. It's possible it hasn't been used for centuries."
"What an astonishing thing," Anheg said again. The matter was then delicately allowed to drop, though King Rodar's sly expression spoke volumes. The Earl of Selene coughed politely.
"I think young Geryon may have a story for us."
"I expect he has," said Aunt Paul, turning toward Geryon. "I seem to remember telling you to stay in your room." "Cherek was in my room, and he had warriors with him. He tried to make me come to him. When I wouldn't, he said that he'd had me once and could get me again. I didn't understand exactly what he meant, but I told him that he'd have to catch me first. Then I ran."
Brand, the Raven warder, chuckled. "I don't see how you can find much fault with that, Belgariad. I think that if I found a Grolem priest in my room, I would probably run away too."
"You sure it was Cherek?" Silk asked. Geryon nodded. "I've known him for a long time. All my life, I guess. And he knew me. He called me by name."
"I think I'd like to have a long talk with this Cherek," Anheg said. "I want to ask him some questions about all of the mischief he has been stirring up in my kingdom."
"I doubt if you'll find him, Anheg."
Wolf spoke.
"He seems to be more than just a Grolem priest. I touched his mind once, in Muros. It is not an ordinary mind."
"I'll amuse myself with a search for him,"
Anheg said with a bleak expression.
"Not even a Grolem can walk on water, so I believe I'll just seal off all of the ports in Cherek, and then put my warriors to work searching the mountains and forest for him. They get fat and troublesome in the winter time anyway. It will give them something to do."
Driving fat, troublesome warriors into the snow in the dead of winter isn't going to make you a popular king, Anheg, Rodar observed. Offer a reward, Silk suggested. That way, you get the job done, and you stay popular as well.
That's an idea. What kind of reward would you suggest, Prince Keldar?
Promise to equal the weight of Asherek's head in gold. That should lure the fattest warrior away from the dice cup and the ale keg. Anheg winced. He's a Grollam, Silk said. They probably won't find him, but they will take the kingdom apart looking. Your gold is safe. Your warriors get a bit of exercise. You get a reputation for generosity, and with every man in Cherek looking for him with an axe, Asherek's going to be much too busy hiding to stir up any more mischief. A man whose head is more valuable to others than it is to himself has little time for foolishness.
Prince Keldar, you are a devious man.
Oh, I try, King Anheg, Silk said with an ironic bow.
I don't suppose you'd care to come work for me, the king of Cherek offered.
Anheg, Rodar protested. Silk sighed. Blood, King Anheg. I am committed to my uncle by our bonds of kinship. I would be interested to hear your offer, though. It might help in future negotiations about compensation for my services. Queen Poran's laughter was like a small silver bell, and King Rodar's face became tragic. You see, I am absolutely surrounded by traitors. What is a poor fat old man to do? A grim-looking warrior entered the hall and marched up to Anheg.
It is done, King. Do you want to look at his head?
No, Anheg said shortly.
Should we put it on a pole near the harbor?
No.
Javik was a brave man once, and my kinsman by marriage. Have him delivered to his wife for a proper burial.
The warrior bowed and left the hall. This problem of the Grollam, Asherak, interests me, Queen Ailina said to Aunt Paul. Might we not between us, Lady Belgariad, devise a way to locate him? Her expression had a certain quality of self-importance to it. Mr. Wolf spoke quickly before Aunt Paul could answer.
Bravely spoken, Ailina.
But we would not allow the Queen of Cherek to take such a risk. I am sure your skills are formidable, but such a search opens the mind completely. If Asherek felt you looking for him, he would retaliate instantly. Belgariad would not be in any danger, but I am afraid your mind could be blown out like a candle. It would be a great shame to have the Queen of Cherek live out the rest of her life as a raving lunatic. Ailina turned suddenly very pale, and did not see the sly wink Mr. Wolf directed at Anheg. Anheg said firmly,
I could not permit it. My queen is far too precious for me to allow her to take such a terrible risk.
I must accede to the will of my lord, Ailina said in a relieved tone. By his command, I withdraw my suggestion.
The courage of my queen honors me, Anheg said, with an absolutely straight face.
Ailina bowed, and backed away rather quickly. Aunt Paul looked at Mr. Wolf with one raised eyebrow, but let it pass. Wolf's expression became more serious as he rose from the chair in which he had been sitting. I think that the time has come to make some decisions. Things are beginning to move too fast for any more delay. He looked at Anheg. Is there some place where we can speak without risk of being overheard?
There's a chamber in one of the towers. I thought about it before our first meeting, but—
He paused and looked at Cherek. You shouldn't have let it concern you, Cherek said. I can manage the stairs if I have to. And it would have been better for me to have been a little inconvenienced than to have had Javik's spy overhearing us. I'll stare at Geryon, Dunnick said to Aunt Paul.
Aunt Paul shook her head firmly. "No. As long as Cherek is on the loose in Cherek, I don't want him out of my sight."
"Shall we go, then?" Mr. Wolf said. "It is getting late, and I want to leave first thing in the morning. The trail I was following is getting colder."
Queen Eilina, still looking shaken, stood to one side with Porin and Sila, and made no effort to follow as King Anheg led the way from the throne room. "I'll let you know what happens," King Hrodar signaled to his queen. "Of course," Porin gestured back. Her face was placid, but the snap of her fingers as they spoke betrayed her irritability. "Calmly, child," Hrodar's fingers told her. "We are guests here and have to obey local customs." "Whatever my lord commands," she replied, with a tilt of her hands that spoke whole volumes of sarcasm. With Hetar's help, King Chohag managed the stairs, although his progress was painfully slow.
"I apologize for this," he puffed, stopping halfway up to catch his breath. "It's as tiresome for me as it is for you."
King Anheg posted guards at the foot of the stairs, then came up and closed the heavy door behind him.
"Light the fire, cousin,"
he said to Beric.
"We might as well be comfortable."
Beric nodded and put a torch to the wood in the fireplace. The chamber was round, and not too spacious, but there was adequate room for them all, and chairs and benches to sit on. Mr. Wolf stood at one of the windows, looking down at the twinkling lights of Val Alorn below.
"I have always been fond of towers," he said, almost to himself. "My master lived in one like this, and I enjoyed the time I spent there."
"I'd have given my life to have known Aldor," Chohag said, softly. "Was he really surrounded by light, as some say?"
"He seemed quite ordinary to me," Mr. Wolf said. "I lived with him for 5 years, before I even knew who he was."
"Was he really as wise as we are told?" King Anheg asked.
"Probably wiser. I was a wild and errant boy when he found me dying in a snowstorm outside his tower. He managed to tame me, though it took him several 100 years to do it."
He turned from the window with a deep sigh.
"To work, then." "Where will you go to take up the search?" King Thorek asked. "Kamar. I found the trail there. I think it led down into Arindia."
"We'll send warriors with you," Anheg said. "After what's happened here, it looks like the Grolums may try to stop you."
"No," Wolf said firmly. "Warriors are useless in dealing with the Grolums. I cannot move with an army underfoot, and I won't have time to explain to the king of Arindia why I'm invading his kingdom with a horde of troops at my back. It takes even longer to explain things to Errans than it does to Elrons, impossible as that sounds."
"Don't be uncivil, father. It is their world, too, and they are concerned." "You wouldn't necessarily need an army, Belgarath," King Hrodar said. "But would it not be prudent to take along a few good men?"
"There is very little that Polgara and I cannot deal with by ourselves, and Silk, Beric, and Cherek are along to deal with the more mundane problems. The smaller our group, the less attention it will attract."
He turned to Chohag.
"As long as we are on the subject, I would like to have your son Hetar with us. We're likely to need his rather specialized talents."
"Impossible," Hetar said flatly. "I have to remain with my father."
"No, Hetar. I do not intend for you to live out your life as a cripple's legs."
"I've never felt any restriction in serving you, father. There are plenty of others with the same talents I have. Let the Ancient One choose another."
"How many Shadarim are there among the Algars?"
Mr. Wolf asked gravely. Hetar looked at him sharply, as if trying to tell him something with his eyes. King Cherek drew in his breath sharply.
"Hetar, is this true?"
Hetar shrugged.
"It may be, father. I did not think it was important."
Cherek looked at Mr. Wolf. The wolf nodded.
"It is true. I knew it the first time I saw him. He is a Shadar. He had to find it out for himself, though."
The old king's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears.
"My son,"
he said proudly, pulling Hetar into a rough embrace.
"It is no great thing, father,"
Hetar said quietly, as if suddenly embarrassed.
"What are they talking about?"
Garin whispered to Silk.
"It's something the Algars take very seriously,"
Silk said softly.
"They think that there are some people who can talk to horses with their thoughts alone. They call these people Shadarim, clan chiefs of the horses. It is very rare, maybe only 2 or 3 in a whole generation. It's instant nobility for any Algar who has it. Cherag's going to explode with pride when he gets back to Belgariad." "Is it that important?"
Silk shrugged.
"Oh, the Algars seem to think so. All the clans gather at the stronghold when they find a new Shadar.
The whole nation celebrates for 6 weeks.
There are all kinds of gifts. Hetar will be a rich man if he chooses to accept them. He may not. He is a strange man."
"You must go,"
Cherek said to Hetar.
"The pride of Belgariad goes with you. Your duty is clear."
"As my father decides,"
Hetar said reluctantly. "Good," Mr. Wolf said. "How long will it take you to go to Belgariad, pick up a dozen or so of your best horses, and take them to Kamar?" Hetar thought for a moment.
2 weeks,
if there are not any blizzards in the mountains of Sindaria.
"We'll all leave here in the morning, then. Anheg can give you a ship. Take the horses along the Great North Road to the place a few leagues east of Kamar, where another road strikes off to the south. It fords the Greater Kamar River, and runs down to join the Great West Road at the ruins of Vovachon, in northern Arindia. We'll meet you there in 2 weeks."
Hetar nodded.
"We'll also be joined at Vovachon by an Asturian errand, and somewhat later by a Mimbret. They might be useful to us in the south,"
Anheg said cryptically.
"And we'll also fulfill the prophecies."
Wolf shrugged, his bright blue eyes twinkling suddenly.
"I don't object to fulfilling prophecies, as long as it does not inconvenience me too much."
"Is there anything we can do to help in the search?" Brand wanted to know.
"You will have enough to do. No matter how our search turns out, it is obvious that the Angaraks are getting ready for some kind of major action. If we are successful, they might hesitate. But Angaraks don't think the way we do. Even after what happened at Vomimbre, they may decide to risk an all-out attack on the west. It could be that they're responding to prophecies of their own that we don't know anything about. In any event, I think you should be ready for something fairly major from them. You will need to make preparations."
Anheg grinned wolfishly.
"We have been preparing for them for 5,000 years. This time we will purge the whole world of this Angarak infection. When Torak One-Eye awakes, he will find himself as alone as Mara, and just as powerless."
Maybe. But don't plan the victory celebration until the war's over. Make your preparations quietly, and don't stir up the people in your kingdoms any more than you have to. The West is crawling with Grolems, and they are watching everything we do. The trail I'll be following could lead me into Thralmurgos, and I'd rather not have to deal with an army of Murgos massed on the border."
"I can play the watching game, too," King Rodar said, with a grim look on his plump face.
"Probably even better than the Grolems. It's time to send a few more caravans to the east. The Angaraks won't move without help from the east, and the Malorians will have to cross over into Garagnadrak before they deploy south. A bribe or two here and there, a few barrels of strong ale in the right mining camps. Who knows what a bit of diligent corruption might turn up? A chance word or two could give us several months' warning.
If they are planning anything major, the Tulls will be building supply dumps along the eastern escarpment. Those are not bright, and it is easy to observe them without being seen, said Quahog. I will increase my patrols along the mountains. With a little luck, we might be able to anticipate their invasion. Is there anything else we can do to help you, Belgariad?
Mr. Wolf thought for a moment. Suddenly he grinned. I am certain that our thief is listening very hard, waiting for one of us to speak his name, or the name of the thing he stole. Sooner or later, someone is bound to make a slip, and once he locates us, he will be able to hear every word we say. Instead of trying to gag ourselves, I think it might be better if we gave him something to listen to. If you can arrange it, I'd like to have every minstrel and storyteller in the north start retelling certain old stories. You know the ones. When the names start sounding in every village marketplace north of the Kamar River, it will set up a roaring in his ears like a thunderstorm. If nothing else, it will give us freedom to speak. In time, he will get tired of it and stop listening. It's getting late, Father, Aunt Paul reminded him. Wolf nodded. We are playing a deadly game, he told them all, but our enemies are playing one just as deadly. Their danger is as great as ours, and right now no one can predict what will finally happen. Make your preparations, and send out men you can trust to keep watch. Be patient. Don't do anything rash. That could be more dangerous than anything else right now. At the moment, Belgariad and I are the only ones who can act. You are going to have to trust us. I know that sometimes some of the things we have done have seemed a bit strange, but there are reasons for what we do. Please, do not interfere again. I will get word to you now and then about our progress. If I need you to do anything else, I'll let you know. All right? The kings nodded gravely, and everyone rose to their feet. Anheg stepped over to Mr. Wolf. Could you come to my study in an hour or so, Belgariad? I'd like to have a few words with you and Belgariad before your departure. If you wish, Anheg. Come along, Geryon. We have packing to take care of. Geryon, a little awed by the solemnity of the discussions, rose quietly and followed her to the door. Chapter 20. King Anheg's study was a large cluttered room high in a square tower. Books bound in heavy leather lay everywhere, and strange devices with gears and pulleys and tiny brass chains sat on tables and stands. Intricately drawn maps with beautiful illuminations were pinned up on the walls, and the floor was littered with scraps of parchment covered with tiny writing. King Anheg, his coarse black hair hanging in his eyes, sat at a slanted table in the soft glow of a pair of candles, studying a large book written on thin sheets of crackling parchment. The guard at the door let them enter without a word, and Mr. Wolf stepped briskly into the center of the room. You wanted to see us, Anheg? The king of Cherek straightened from his book and lay it aside. Belgariad, he said with a short nod of greeting. Belgariad. He glanced at Geryon, who stood uncertainly near the door. I meant what I said earlier. I am not going to let him out of my sight until I know for certain that he is out of reach of the Grolem Asherak. Anything you say, Belgariad. Come in, Geryon. I see that you're continuing your studies, the wolf said approvingly, glancing at the littered room. There's so much to learn, Anheg said with a helpless gesture that included all of the welter of books and papers and strange machines. I have a feeling that I might have been happier
if you had never introduced me to this impossible task."
"You asked me," Mr. Wolf said simply.
"You could have said no,"
Anheg laughed. Then his brutish face turned serious. He glanced once at Geryon and began to speak in an obviously oblique manner.
"I don't want to interfere, but the behavior of this Cherek concerns me."
Geryon moved away from Aunt Paul and began to study one of the strange little machines sitting on a nearby table, being careful not to touch it. "We'll take care of Cherek," Aunt Paul said, but Anheg persisted.
"There have been rumors for centuries that you and your father have been protecting—"
He hesitated, glanced at Geryon, then continued smoothly.
"A certain thing that must be protected at all costs. Several of my books speak of it."
"You read too much, Anheg."
Anheg laughed again. "It passes the time, Bulgara. The alternative is drinking with my earls, and my stomach's getting a little delicate for that. And my ears as well. Have you any idea of how much noise a hall full of drunk Chereks can make? My books don't shout or boast, and they don't fall down or slide under the tables and snore. They are much better company, really."
"Foolishness."
"We are all foolish at one time or another," Anheg said philosophically. "But let's go back to this other matter. If those rumors I mentioned are true, aren't you taking some serious risks? Your search is likely to be very dangerous."
"No place is really safe," Mr. Wolf said.
"Why take chances you don't have to? Cherek isn't the only Grolem in the world, you know that."
"I can see why they call you Anheg the Sly," Wolf said with a smile.
"Wouldn't it be safer to leave this certain thing in my care until you return?"
"We have already found that not even Val Alorn is safe from the Grolems, Anheg. The mines of Clolmergos and Garagnadrak are endless, and the Grolems have more gold at their disposal than you could even imagine. How many others like Arvik have they bought? The old wolf and I are very experienced at protecting this certain thing you mentioned. It will be safe with us."
"Thank you for your concern, however," Mr. Wolf added. "This matter concerns us all."
Geryon, despite his youth and occasional recklessness, was not stupid. It was obvious that what they were talking about involved him in some way, and quite possibly had to do with the mystery of his parentage as well. To conceal the fact that he was listening as hard as he could, he picked up a small book bound in a strangely textured black leather. He opened it, but there were neither pictures nor illuminations, merely a spidery-looking script that seemed strangely repulsive. Aunt Paul, who always seemed to know what he was doing, looked over at him. "What are you doing with that?" she said sharply. "Just looking. I can't read it." "Put it down immediately," she told him.
King Anheg smiled. "You wouldn't be able to read it anyway, Geryon. It's written in Old Engarak."
"What are you doing with that filthy thing, anyway? You, of all people, should know that it's forbidden," Aunt Paul asked Anheg.
"It's only a book, Paul," Mr. Wolf said. "It does not have any power, unless it is permitted to. Besides," Anheg said, rubbing thoughtfully at the side of his face, "the book gives us clues to the mind of our enemy. That is always a good thing to know."
"You can't know Torek's mind, and it's dangerous to open yourself to him. He can poison you without your even knowing what's happening."
"I don't think there's any danger of that, Paul. Anheg's mind is well trained enough to avoid the traps in Torek's book," Wolf said. "They are pretty obvious, after all."
Anheg looked across the room at Geryon and beckoned to him. Geryon crossed and stood in front of the king of Cherek.
"You're an observant young man, Geryon," Anheg said gravely. "You have done me a service today, and you can call on me at any time for service in return.
Know that Anheg of Cherek is your friend." He extended his right hand, and Gerion took it in his own without thinking. King Anheg's eyes grew wide suddenly, and his face paled slightly. He turned Gerion's hand over and looked down at the silvery mark on the boy's palm. Then Aunt Paul's hands were also there, firmly closing Gerion's fingers, and removing him from Anheg's grip.
"It is true, then,"
Anheg said softly. "Enough. Don't confuse the boy," Aunt Paul said. Her hands were still firmly holding Gerion's. "Come along, dear. It's time to finish packing." And she turned and led him from the room. Gerion's mind was racing. What was there about the mark on his hand that had so startled Anheg? The birthmark, he knew, was hereditary. Aunt Paul had once told him that his father's hand had had the same mark, but why would that be of interest to Anheg? It had gone too far. His need to know became almost unbearable. He had to know about his parents, about Aunt Paul, about all of it. If the answers hurt, then they would just have to hurt. At least, he would know. The next morning was clear, and they left the palace for the harbor quite early. They all gathered in the courtyard where the sleighs waited.
"There's no need for you to come out in the cold like this, Merrill,"
Barak told his fur-robed wife as she mounted the sleigh beside him. "I have a duty to see my lord safely to his ship," she replied, with an arrogant lift of her chin. Barak sighed.
"Whatever you wish."
With King Anheg and Queen Elena in the lead, the sleighs whirled out of the courtyard and into the snowy streets. The sun was very bright, and the air was crisp. Gerion rode silently with Silk and Hetar. "Why so quiet, Gerion?" "A lot of things have happened here that I don't understand."
"No one can understand everything,"
Hetar said rather sententiously. "Chereks are a violent and moody people," Silk said. "They don't even understand themselves." "It's not just them," Gerion said, struggling with the words. "It's Aunt Paul and Mr. Wolf and Cherek. All of it. Things are happening too fast. I can't get it all sorted out."
"Events are like horses," Hetar told him. "Sometimes they run away. After they have run for a while, though, they will start to walk again, and then there will be time to put everything together."
"I hope so," Gerion said dubiously, and fell silent again. The sleighs came around a corner into the broad square before the temple of Belar. The blind woman was there again, and Gerion realized that he had been half expecting her. She stood on the steps of the temple and raised her staff. Unaccountably, the horses which pulled the sleighs stopped, trembling, despite the urgings of the drivers.
"Hail, Great One," the blind woman said. "I wish thee well on thy journey."
The sleigh in which Gerion was riding had stopped closest to the temple steps, and it seemed that the old woman was speaking to him. Almost without thinking, he answered, "Thank you, but why do you call me that?" She ignored the question.
"Remember me," she commanded, bowing deeply. "Remember, Matya, when thou comest into thine inheritance."
It was the second time she had said that, and Gerion felt a sharp pang of curiosity. "What inheritance?" But Barak was roaring with fury and struggling to throw off the fur robe and draw his sword at the same time. King Anheg was also climbing down from his sleigh, his coarse face livid with rage. "No," Aunt Paul said sharply from nearby. "I'll tend to this." She stood up. "Hear me, witch woman," she said in a clear voice, casting back the hood of her cloak. "I think you see too much with those blind eyes of yours. I'm going to do you a favor, so that you will no longer be troubled by the darkness and these disturbing visions which grow out of it."
"Strike me down, if it please thee, Belgariad,"
the old woman said.
"I see what I see."
"I won't strike you, Matya," Aunt Paul said.
I'm going to give you a gift instead." She raised her hand in a brief and curious gesture. Geryon saw it happen quite plainly, so there was no way that he could later persuade himself that it had all been some trick of the eye. He was looking directly at Marcia's face, and saw the white film drain down off of her eyes, like milk draining down the inside of a glass. The old woman stood frozen to the spot as the bright blue of her eyes emerged from the film which had covered them. And then she screamed. She held up her hands, looked at them, and screamed again. There was in her a scream, a wrenching note of indescribable loss. "What did you do?" Queen Alina demanded. "I gave her back her eyes," Aunt Paul said, sitting down again and rearranging the fur robe about her. "You can do that?" Alina asked, her face blanching and her voice weak. "Can't you? It is a simple thing, really." "But," Queen Porin objected, "with her eyes restored, she will lose that other vision, won't she?" "I imagine so," Aunt Paul said, "but that is a small price to pay, isn't it?" "She'll no longer be a witch, then?" Porin pressed. "She wasn't really a very good witch anyway," Aunt Paul said. "Her vision was clouded and uncertain. It is better this way. She won't be disturbing herself and others with shadows any more." She looked at King Anhug, who sat frozen with awe beside his half-fainting queen. "Shall we continue?" she asked calmly. "Our ship is waiting." The horses, as if released by her words, leaped forward, and the sleighs sped away from the temple, spraying snow from their runners. Geryon glanced back once. Old Marcia stood on the steps of the temple, looking at her two outstretched hands and sobbing uncontrollably. "We have been privileged to witness a miracle, my friends," Hetar said. "I gather, however, that the beneficiary was not very pleased with it," Silk said dryly. "Remind me not to offend Belgara. Her miracles seem to have two edges to them." Chapter 21. The low slanting rays of the morning sun glittered on the icy waters of the harbor as their sleighs halted near the stone quays. Greldic's ship rocked and strained at her hawsers, and a smaller ship nearby also waited with seeming impatience. Hetar stepped down and went over to speak with Cohag and Queen Silar. The three of them talked together quietly and seriously, drawing a kind of shell of privacy about them. Queen Alina had partially regained her composure and sat in her sleigh straight-backed and with a fixed smile on her face. After Anheg had gone to speak with Mr. Wolf, Aunt Paul crossed the icy wharf and stopped near the sleigh of the Queen of Cherek. "If I were you, Alina," she said firmly, "I'd find another hobby. Your gifts in the arts of sorcery are limited, and it is a dangerous area for dabbling. Too many things can go wrong if you don't know what you are doing." The Queen stared at her mutely. "Oh, and one other thing," Aunt Paul said. "It would be best, I think, if you broke off your connections with the bear cult. It is hardly proper for a queen to have dealings with her husband's political enemies." Alina's eyes widened. "Does Anheg know?" she asked in a stricken voice. "I would not be surprised," Aunt Paul said. "He is much more clever than he looks, you know. You are walking very close to the edge of treason. You ought to have a few babies. They would give you something useful to do with your time, and keep you out of trouble. That's only a suggestion, of course, but you might think it over. I've enjoyed our visit, dear. Thank you for your hospitality." And with that she turned and walked away. Silk whistled softly. "That explains a few things." "Explains what?" Geryon asked. "The high priest of Balar's been dabbling in Cherek politics lately. He has obviously gone a bit further than I'd thought in penetrating the palace." "The Queen?" Geryon asked, startled.
Eileen is obsessed with the idea of magic. The bear cultists dabble in certain kinds of rituals that might look sort of mystical to someone as gullible as she is. He looked quickly toward where King Rodar was speaking with other kings and Mr. Wolf. Then he drew in a deep breath. "Let's go talk to Porin," he said, and led the way across the wharf to where the tiny blonde queen of Drasnia stood looking out at the icy sea. "Highness," Silk said deferentially.
"Dear Keldar," she said, smiling at him.
"Could you give some information to my uncle for me?"
"Of course."
"It seems that the Queen Eilena's been a bit, indiscreet," Silk said. "She has been involved with the bear cult here in Cherek."
"Oh, dear. Does Enheg know?"
"Hard to say. I doubt if he'd admit it if he did. Geryon and I happened to hear Belgariad tell her to stop it."
"Oh, I do hope that puts an end to it,"
Porin said.
"If it went too far, Enheg would have to take steps. That could be tragic."
Belgariad was quite firm. "I think Eilena will do as she was told, but do advise my uncle. He likes to be kept aware of this kind of thing."
"I'll tell him about it."
"You might also suggest that he keep his eyes on the local chapters of the cult in Boktor and Kotu," Silk suggested. "This kind of thing is not usually isolated. It's been about 50 years since the last time the cult had to be suppressed." Queen Porin nodded gravely.
"I'll see to it that he knows. I've got some of my own people planted in the bear cult. As soon as we get back to Boktor, I'll talk with them and see what's afoot."
"Your people? Have you gone that far already?" Silk asked in a bantering tone. "You're maturing rapidly, my queen. It won't be long until you're as corrupt as the rest of us."
"Boktor's full of intrigue, Keldar,"
the queen said primly.
"It is not just the bear cult, you know. Merchants from all over the world gather in our city, and at least half of them are spies. I have to protect myself and my husband."
"Does Rodar know what you're up to?" Silk asked slyly.
"But of course he does. He gave me my first dozen spies himself, as a wedding present."
How typically Drasnian," Silk responded.
"It is only practical, after all. My husband's concerned with matters involving other kingdoms. I try to keep an eye on things at home, to leave his mind free for that kind of thing. My operations are a bit more modest than his, but I manage to stay aware of things."
She looked at him slyly from beneath her eyelashes.
"If you ever decide to come back to Boktor and settle down, I might just be able to find work for you."
Silk laughed. "The world seems to be full of opportunities lately." The queen looked at him seriously.
"When are you coming home, Keldar? When will you stop being this vagabond, Silk, and come back to where you belong? My husband misses you very much, and you could serve Drasnia more by becoming his chief adviser than by all of this flitting about the world."
Silk looked away, squinting into the bright wintry sun. "No, not just yet, Your Highness. Belgariad needs me too. And this is a very important thing we are doing just now. Besides, I am not ready to settle down yet. The game is still entertaining. Perhaps someday, when we are all much older, it won't be any more. Who knows?" She sighed then.
"I miss you too, Keldar,"
she said gently. "Poor, lonely little queen," Silk said half-mockingly.
"You are impossible,"
she said, stamping her tiny foot. "Oh, one does one's best," he grinned back. Hettar had embraced his father and mother, and leaped across to the deck of the small ship King Enheg had provided to them. "Belgariad," he called as the sailors slipped the stout ropes that bound the ship to the quay. "I'll meet you in 2 weeks at the ruins of Ohachon."
"We'll be there,"
Mr. Wolf replied. The sailors pushed the ship away from the quay and began to row out into the bay. Hettar stood on the deck, his long scalp lock flowing in the wind. He waved once, then turned to face the sea. A long plank was run down over the side of Captain Graldic's ship to the snow-covered stones. "Shall we go on board, Geryon?" Silk said. They climbed the precarious plank and stepped out onto the deck.
"Give our daughters, my love,"
Beric said to his wife.
"I will, my lord,"
Merrill said, in the same stiffly formal tone she always used with him.
"Have you any other instructions?"
"I won't be back for quite some time," Beric said. "Plant the south fields to oats this year, and let the west fields lie fallow. Do whatever you think is best with the north fields, and do not move the cattle up to the high pastures until all of the frost is out of the ground."
"I shall be most careful of my husband's lands and herds," she said.
"They are yours too."
"As my husband wishes."
Beric sighed.
"You'll never let it rest, do you, Merrill?"
"My lord."
"Forget it."
"Will my lord embrace me before he leaves?"
"What's the point?"
Beric said. He jumped across to the ship and immediately went below. Aunt Paul stopped on her way to the ship and looked gravely at Beric's wife. She looked as if she were about to say something. Then, without warning, she suddenly laughed.
"Something amusing, Lady Belgariad?"
Merrill asked.
"Very amusing, Merrill,"
Aunt Paul said with a mysterious smile.
"Might I be permitted to share it?"
"Oh,
you'll share it, Merrill, but I wouldn't want to spoil it for you by telling you too soon."
She laughed again, and stepped onto the plank that led to the ship. Cherek offered his hand to steady her, and the two of them crossed to the deck. Mr. Wolf clasped hands with each of the kings in turn, then nimbly crossed to the ship. He stood for a moment on the deck looking at the ancient snow-shrouded city of Valalon, and the towering mountains of Cherek rising behind.
"Farewell, Belgariad,"
King Anheg called.
Mr. Wolf nodded. "Don't forget about the minstrels," he said.
"We won't," Anheg promised. "Good luck." Mr. Wolf grinned and then walked forward toward the prow of Graldic's ship. Geryon, on impulse, followed him. There were questions which needed answers, and the old man would know if anyone would.
"Mr. Wolf,"
he said when they both reached the high prow.
"Yes, Geryon."
He was not sure where to start, so Geryon approached the problem obliquely.
"How did Aunt Paul do that to old Marcia's eyes?"
"The will and the word,"
Wolf said, his long cloak whipping about him in the stiff breeze.
"It isn't difficult."
"I don't understand."
"You simply will something to happen," the old man said, "and then speak the word. If your will is strong enough, it happens."
"That's all there is to it?"
Geryon asked, a little disappointed.
That's all."
"Is the word a magic word?"
Wolf laughed, looking out at the sun glittering sharply on the winter sea.
"No, there aren't any magic words. Some people think so, but they are wrong. Grolums use strange words, but that's not really necessary. Any word will do the job. It's the will that's important, not the word. The word is just a channel for the will."
"Could I do it?"
Geryon asked hopefully. Wolf looked at him.
"I don't know, Geryon. I wasn't much older than you are the first time I did it, but I had been living with Aldor for several years. That makes a difference, I suppose."
"What happened?"
"My master wanted me to move a rock. He seemed to think it was in his way. I tried to move it, but it was too heavy. After a while I got angry and I told it to move. It did. I was a little surprised, but my master didn't seem to think it so unusual."
"You just said move? That's all?"
Geryon was incredulous.
That's all."
Wolf shrugged.
"Seemed so simple that I was surprised. I hadn't thought of it before. At the time I imagined that anybody could do it, but men have changed quite a bit since then. Maybe it isn't possible anymore. It's hard to say, really.
I always thought that sorcery had to be done with long spells and strange signs and things like that.
Those are just the devices of tricksters and charlatans. Oh, they make a fine show, and impress and frighten simple people. But spells and incantations have nothing to do with the real thing. It's all in the will. Focus the will and speak the word, and it happens. Sometimes a gesture of some sort helps, but it isn't really necessary. Your aunt always seems to want to gesture when she makes something happen. I've been trying to break her of that habit for hundreds of years now.
Geryon blinked. Hundreds of years? Well, how old is she?
Older than she looks. 'Tisn't polite to ask questions about a lady's age, however.
Geryon felt a sudden, shocking emptiness. The worst of his fears had just been confirmed. Then she isn't really my aunt, is she?
What makes you say that?
Well, she couldn't be, could she? I always thought that she was my father's sister, but if she's hundreds and thousands of years old, it would be impossible.
You're much too fond of that word, Geryon. When you get right down to it, nothing, or at least very little, is actually impossible.
But how could she be? My aunt, I mean.
All right. Bulgaria is not, strictly speaking, your father's sister. Our relationship to him is quite a bit more complex. She was the sister of his grandmother, his ultimate grandmother, if there is such a term, and of yours as well, of course.
Then she'd be my great-aunt, Geryon said with a faint spark of hope. It was something, at least.
I don't know that I would use that precise term. Around her, she might take offense. Why are you so concerned about all of this?
I was afraid that maybe she'd just said that she was my aunt, and that there wasn't really any connection between us at all. I've been afraid of that for quite a while now.
Why were you afraid?
It's kind of hard to explain it. You see, I don't really know who I am or what I am. Silk says I'm not a Sendar, and Barak says I look sort of Riven, but not exactly. I always thought I was a Sendar like Dernek, but I guess I'm not. I don't know anything about my parents or where they came from or anything like that. If Aunt Paul isn't related to me, then I don't have anybody in the world at all. I'm all alone. And that's a very bad thing.
But now it's all right, isn't it? Your aunt is really your aunt. At least your blood and hers are the same.
I'm glad you told me. I have been worried about it.
Greldic's sailors untied the hawsers and began to push the ship away from the quay.
Mr. Wolfe?
Geryon said as a strange thought occurred to him.
Yes, Geryon.
Aunt Paul really is my aunt. Or my great-aunt?
Yes.
And she's your daughter?
I have to admit that she is, Wolfe said wryly. I try to forget that sometimes, but I can't really deny it.
Geryon took a deep breath and plunged directly into it.
If she's my aunt, and you're her father, wouldn't that sort of make you my grandfather?
Wolfe looked at him with a startled expression.
Why, yes.
He laughed suddenly.
I suppose that in a way it does. I had never thought of it exactly like that before.
Geryon's eyes suddenly filled with tears, and he impulsively embraced the old man.
Grandfather,
he said, trying the word out.
Well,
Wolfe said, his own voice strangely thick.
What a remarkable discovery.
Awkwardly he patted Geryon's shoulder. They were both a little embarrassed by Geryon's sudden display of affection, and they stood silently watching as Greldic's sailors rowed the ship out into the harbor.
Grandfather,
Geryon said after a while.
Yes?
What really happened to my mother and father? I mean, how did they die?"
Wolf's face became very bleak.
"There was a fire," he said shortly.
"A fire?"
Garion said weakly, his imagination lurching back from that awful thought of the unspeakable pain.
"How did it happen?"
"It's not very pleasant," Wolf said grimly. "Are you really sure you want to know?"
"I have to, Grandfather. I have to know everything I can about them. I don't know why, but it's very important."
Mr. Wolf sighed. Yes, Garion. I guess it would be at that. All right, then. If you are old enough to ask the questions, you are old enough to hear the answers."
He sat down on a sheltered bench out of the chilly wind.
"Come over here and sit down."
He patted the bench beside him. Garion sat down and pulled his cloak tightly around him.
"Let's see."
Wolf scratched thoughtfully at his beard.
"Where do we start?"
He pondered for a moment.
"Your family is very old, Garion," he said finally, "and like so many old families, it has a certain number of enemies."
"Enemies?"
Garion was startled. That particular idea had not occurred to him before.
"It's not uncommon. When we do something someone else does not like, they tend to hate us. The hatred builds up over the years until it turns into something almost like a religion. They hate not only us, but everything connected with us. Anyway, a long time ago, your family's enemies became so dangerous that your aunt and I decided the only way we could protect the family was to hide it."
"You're not telling me everything."
"No, I'm not. I am telling you as much as it is safe for you to know right now. If you knew certain things, you would act differently, and people would notice that. It is safer if you stay ordinary for a while longer."
"You mean ignorant."
"All right. Ignorant, then. Do you want to hear the story, or do you want to argue?"
"I'm sorry."
"It's all right," Wolf said, patting Garion's shoulder. "Since your aunt and I are related to your family in a rather special way, we were naturally interested in your safety. That's why we hid your people."
"Can you actually hide a whole family?"
"It's never been that big of a family. It seems for one reason or another to be a single unbroken line, no cousins or uncles or that kind of thing. It's not all that hard to hide a man and a wife with a single child. We have been doing it for hundreds of years now. We've hidden them in Tolnidra, Riva, Cherek, Drasnia, all kinds of places. They have lived simple lives, artisans mostly, sometimes ordinary peasants, the kind of people nobody would ever look at twice. Anyway, everything had gone well until about 20 years ago. We moved your father, Geran, from a place in Orindia to a little village in eastern Sindaria, about 60 leagues southeast of Derin, up in the mountains. Geran was a stone-cutter. Didn't I tell you that once before?"
"A long time ago. You said you liked him and used to visit him once in a while. Was my mother a Sindar then?"
"No. Hildera was an Algar, actually. The second daughter of a clan chief. Your aunt and I introduced her to Geran when they were the right age. The usual sort of thing happened, and they got married. You were born a year or so afterward."
"When was the fire?"
"I'm getting to that. One of the enemies of your family had been looking for your people for a long time."
"How long?"
"Hundreds of years, actually."
"Well, that means that he was a sorcerer too, doesn't it? I mean, only sorcerers live for that long, don't they?"
"He has certain capabilities along those lines," Wolf admitted. "Sorcerer is a misleading term, though. It is not the sort of thing we actually call ourselves. Other people do, but we don't exactly think of it that way. It is a convenient term for people who don't really understand what it is all about. Anyway, your aunt and I happened to be away When this enemy finally tracked down Garin and Ildera, he came to their house very early one morning while they were still sleeping. He sealed up the doors and windows, and then he set it on fire.
I thought you said the house was made of stone.
It was. But you can make stone burn, if you really want to. The fire just has to be hotter, that's all. Garin and Ildera knew that there was no way they could get out of the burning house, but Garin managed to knock one of the stones out of the wall, and Ildera pushed you out through the hole. The one who had set the fire was waiting for that. He picked you up and started out of the village. We could never be sure exactly what he had in mind. Either he was going to kill you, or maybe he was going to keep you for some reason of his own. At any rate, that's when I got there. I put out the fire, but Garin and Ildera were already dead. Then I went after the one who had stolen you.
Did you kill him? Garin demanded fiercely.
I try not to do that any more than I have to. It disrupts the natural course of events too much. I had some other ideas at the time, much more unpleasant than killing. His eyes were icy now. As it turned out, though, I never got the chance. He threw you at me. You were only a baby, and I had to try to catch you. It gave him time to get away. I left you with Belgariad, and then I went looking for your enemy. I have not been able to find him yet, though.
I'm glad you haven't.
Wolf looked a little surprised at that.
When I get older, I'm going to find him. I think I ought to be the one who pays him back for what he did, don't you?
Wolf looked at him gravely. It could be dangerous.
I don't care. What's his name?
I think that maybe I had better wait a while, before I tell you that. I don't want you jumping into something before you are ready.
But you will tell me?
When the time comes.
It's very important, Grandfather.
Yes, I can see that.
Do you promise?
If you insist. And if I don't, I am sure your aunt will. She feels the same way you do.
Don't you?
I am much older. I see things a little differently.
I'm not that old yet. I won't be able to do the kind of things you'd do, so I'll have to settle for just killing him.
He stood up and began to pace back and forth, a rage boiling in him. I don't suppose I'll be able to talk you out of this, but I really think you are going to feel differently about it after it's over.
Not very likely, Garin said, still pacing.
We'll see.
Thank you for telling me, Grandfather.
You'd have found out sooner or later anyway. And it's better that I tell you than for you to get a distorted account from somebody else.
You mean Aunt Paul?
Belgariad would not deliberately lie to you, but she sees things in a much more personal way than I do. Sometimes that colors her perceptions. I try to take the long view of things. He laughed rather wryly. I suppose that is the only view I could take, under the circumstances.
Garin looked at the old man, whose white hair and beard seemed somehow luminous in the morning sun. What is it like to live forever, Grandfather?
I don't know. I haven't lived forever.
You know what I mean.
The quality of life is not much different. We all live as long as we need to. It just happened that I have something to do that has taken a very long time. He stood up abruptly. This conversation's taking a gloomy turn.
This thing that we're doing is very important, isn't it, Grandfather?
It is the most important thing in the world right now, Wolf said.
I'm afraid I'm not going to be very much help, Geryon said.
Wolf looked at him gravely for a moment and then put one arm around his shoulders. I think you may be surprised about that before it is all over, Geryon. And then they turned and looked out over the prow of the ship at the snowy coast of Cherek, sliding by on their right as the sailors rowed the ship towards Skamar, and whatever lay beyond. Here ends Book 1 of the Belgariad. Book 2, Queen of Sorcery, will reveal Geryon's own dangerous powers of sorcery, and more on his heritage, which underlies their quest.